Matt Lowell,
Here.
Barry Rector,
Here.
Joe Topham.
Present.
Okay, alternates, we have Carl Borchert,
Here.
Abby D. Molina,
Here.
and Stephen Welch, if he logged on.
No.
No, okay. Land use specialist Meg Trudell
Here.
and administration specialist Kaplan Nancero.
She'll be running late.
Okay. Great, let's start. I'll take a motion for the approval of the agenda.
So moved, sir.
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. And on to the minutes. I believe we are continuing the November 14th, 2022 until January 9th. So we're looking with the corrections that chairperson, board member Barry Rector made for the minor revisions for September 12th, 2022 and October 13th, 2022. Is there any discussion, or I want to motion to approve those 2 months?
Make a motion to approve with the changes as submitted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Moving on to second dwellings. I will
There we go.
take a motion to approve all the second dwellings. Unless there's anybody that needs to pull one or discuss. Seeing none, I'll read them off. Second dwellings, ACTAC LLC, 19 Bishop's Rise. John and Rachel Rosenberg, 15 Hedgebury Lane. And 88 Pocomo LLC, 88 Pocomo Road. Entertain a motion for the approval.
Mr. Chair, do you want to do the other ones too, the garage apartments and tertiaries?
Unless we want to pull those out separately, then I will do all of those. That's fine with me, Barry. So I'll list the garage apartments at
Thank you.
37 AC LLC, 33 Tennessee Ave. David Pekarchik, 52 Hooper Farm Road. Jody Vanderdock Newman and Robert Newman, 6 Topping Lift. For tertiary dwellings, David Persarchik, 52 Hooper Farm Road. And as we listed those, I would take a motion to approve all.
I'll make a motion at this point that we approve the secondary garage and tertiary dwellings as submitted in conformance with staff recommendation.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman. Second.
Okay, Barry made the motion and Joe seconded. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Okay, now on to approval not required. A&Rs would entertain a motion to approve and endorse. Unless someone needs to comment, poll, or recuse from any of those.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Barry.
I'd just like to know from staff, there were 2 that they wanted to potentially isolate out, both of which are FAO nominee trust, Plan 1 and Plan 2.
Plan 1 and Plan 2.
Yeah, I don't know if Megan wanted to give an oral report, save it to the end, or just exclude those from the.
So I sent around an email this afternoon. I just wanted to have some more conversation with Leslie about this one before I provided a recommendation. The subdivision, I guess let me backtrack. These 2 parcels are connected in the rear. The subdivision control law contemplates a tract of land, not individual parcels. So whereas a tract can be comprised of multiple parcels, both of these dwelling units well predate 1955. They're 1800. I don't have the exact dates, but I went through it with Holly. They are in existence well before 55. So it's utilizing that provision to reposition the lot line. So no new building lot is being created in this instance. So for those reasons, we are supportive of the applicant's request and would recommend endorsement.
Okay.
Okay, Meg, in layman's
Mr.
terms, this is
Mr.
really
Chairman.
to use to adjust a lot line for the each of,
Can I just ask her one question?
certainly not. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Megan, this is actually a good thing with that provision. But I just want to ask you, is this making it more conforming with setbacks? A lot of these places have things right up against the building where the property line is. And I bet you I'm assuming that they're sort of cleaning up some of that stuff with this in some way. Just curious if that's true.
I think this one, the intent was to transfer the pool from one property to the other because the properties are now held in common ownership. They weren't before. So that's really the intent here.
Yeah.
I don't think it makes one lot more conforming than it already was.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And I should say too, they submitted 2 plans that both are eligible for endorsement. They just don't know which they're going to move forward with at this time. So they thought to submit both options. That's why there's 2.
Oh, that's why. Okay, got it.
So Meg, just for clarification, are we adding these into the A&Rs with the 2 potential plans, plan 1 and plan 2?
Yeah, my recommendation would be to lump that in with your consent vote unless you had any further questions.
Okay, I will read, unless anybody wants to further discuss or pull any, I'll read all the A&Rs and then I'd entertain a motion for approval. Westmore Club LLC, 100 Cliff Road. WKP Realty Trust, William F. Pewter, trustee, 27 Fairgrounds Road. Territory LLC, 54 Burnell Street. Mark Gottwald, trustee of Mark H. Gottwald Family Trust, 2 and 4 Jefferson Ave. Marianne Hedda, 3 Lion Street. FAO Nominee Trust, Francis E. Quarto, trustee, 23 and 29 Orange Street, Plan 1. FAO Nominee Trust, Francis E. Quarto, trustee, 23 and 29 Orange Street, Plan 2. And that is all. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Make
Mr.
that
Chairman.
motion to approve.
Endorse.
Oh, sorry,
Endorse.
approve and endorse.
And
Yeah.
I'll second.
Okay, motion has been made by Nat, seconded by Barry. Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, moving on, previous plans. This is for a Form J lot release, Richmond Great Point Development, Meadows 2. And Meg, do we have anybody here to speak?
Meg, you're muted.
Thanks, Barry, as I'm going on and on and on. I just wanted to, before I explain what's going on with Richmond Great Point Development Meadows 2 Form J lot release, I note that there are some members of the public with their hands raised. I just wanted to reiterate that we're currently in the non-public hearing phase of this meeting. The public hearings will be forthcoming. So that it's not that I'm intentionally ignoring you. This is just not that. If it's okay for me to say that through you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Meg. Yes.
Okay. So the Form J lot release for Meadows 2, they're requesting the final 3 lots in the Meadows 2 phase for the apartments, so that they can move forward with the construction of those apartments. We are going to continue to withhold some of the ownership lots in Sandpiper. In addition to, so ultimately, we recommend that you all approve to endorse the Form J, but under the condition that any COs will be withheld until Ed Pesci has been able to formulate a proper progress inspection to determine that infrastructure and all of that is up to par for COs and release of any future lots.
Mhm.
Any questions, comments from the board?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion. We endorse the Form J.
Okay, is there a second?
Second,
Motion's been made to endorse by Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Nat,
aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Next, previous plans, Galley West LLC, One Mothball Way. This is for a second dwelling extension request. And Meg, if you or Paul is here.
Yep, so this is for an extension request for just a general second dwelling approval. It was slightly extended due to the COVID related extensions, but they're requesting that you go ahead and extend that further, which we're supportive of that request.
Any other questions, comments by the board?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Barry.
just real quickly, Meg, to you. So this is their second request for an extension now?
No, first request for an extension.
First
They
request.
were automatically extended because of the COVID extension.
Okay, that makes perfect sense to me. And 2 years, I'm just a little curious because mostly we're so used to seeing 1 year.
Typically, we do one. I think that was advised some miscommunication at the staff level. So if you'd prefer to do one, we'd be comfortable with that too.
I just think for sake of consistency, it's probably worth doing it for 1 year because all of a sudden you're gonna open the gate toward, well, they got 2 years, why can't we have to? I'd like to stay consistent with our practice and, if it was a minor, it was minor, so be it. Hopefully everyone, and they can always renew again.
Mhm.
So that'll be my motion at this point, is to allow the extension for a 1 year time period.
Thank you, Barry. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry to extend for 1 year, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you. Now on to public hearings. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'll just read off some of the continued requests for continue. We have Leslie Lindsay, 39 Union Street, and I see action deadline 2/28/23 is fine. ACK Mid Island LLC and ACK Offices LLC, 1818A, 20, 22, 24, and 26 Sparks Ave. 3/31 action deadline, that's fine. ACK Skibo Nominee Trust, Lester E. Lipscott's Trustee 9 Matticat Road, action deadline 2/28/23. And finally, Fair City LLC, 115 and 117 Old South Road, action deadline 2/12/23. All of those 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 have been have a request to continue, and I'm going to assume that is for the January 9th, 2023 meeting. Any questions, comments? If not, I'd entertain a motion. Yes, Meg, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was reading a message. Did you also say 98 Old South Road? They were not included in the staff report, but they submitted a request for continuance. So just in case there's members of the public that was towards the end of the agenda, I wouldn't want them to sit through a whole meeting.
Okay, we'll add that in. Let me see where I can find that. 98.
That came in this afternoon, that request.
Okay, Nantucket Island Resorts LLC, 98 Old South Road. It looks like a action deadline 3/12/23. That will be included to continue to the January 9th meeting, along with the other 4 I just listed. So with those 5, is there a motion to continue?
Motion to continue.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made by Joe to continue to the January 9th meeting, 2023, seconded by Barry. Roll call, Joe,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you. Yes, Dave, go ahead.
Can I, just real quick, in all fairness, here, on 115 Old South Road, I would just, I would urge the owner of that property to, to clean it up, please. In all fairness, I know that we gave 1 and 2 Airport Road, or I did, a hard time about, the condition of their property. I drove through, 115 and 117 today, and I would just urge them, please, to try to do the same.
Great.
Thank
Thank you, Dave. And we will obviously, if it's continued to January, have a lot more time to talk in detail and see what we can do for that. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, moving on to, here we are, One Airport Road LLC, One Airport Road. And Meg, is Dan here, or is there?
Dan is here, but I can give you the brief update that I spoke with Ed Pesci, our consulting engineer, and he is, he's made a favorable recommendation for approval at tonight's meeting for both this and the subsequent 7 Airport Road, with some minor changes to the plan that he can work out kind of on an administrative level between Dan and staff.
Okay, and we, in the past, have taken one Airport Road and 7 together. We obviously are taking these separately now. I think at last meeting, we did separate them because there were a couple little slight differences between the two. So let's just take them one at a time. One Airport Road. Is there anything else? Dan, you are here. If you'd like to add comment to?
That's it. At the last meeting, we were just looking for Ed Pesci's chance to sign off on the project, and we have that tonight. So I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Board members.
Mhm.
And scanning up and down. So if, yes, Dave, I see your hand.
I just wanted to thank the owners, the Guakis of 1 and 2, for the time and expense of the extra screening that I think went a long way, and their care about how their property looks. I think it's come a long way. It's noticed, it's appreciated. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Other board members?
Mhm.
All right, we've looked at this, talked about this for a few meetings. If the board doesn't have any more questions or discussions, we are going to open up to the general public. So let's see. Meg, are there any hands raised?
I'm not seeing any. Oh, hold on. Jerome Vigil.
Okay. Welcome, Jerome.
Good afternoon. I know this is kind of after the fact, but I just wanted to reassess and talk about 27 Fairgrounds. I know you already approved it, but I just,
Jerome, I'm sorry, we're not really on fairgrounds. We're going through our public hearings on specific applications. We're on One Airport Road right now. So I'm sorry to cut you off, but you're in the middle of a motion for a separate issue right now.
okay, so what do I do? Send you a letter?
You can do that, absolutely, to the plus, and we will be happy to look at that for next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
John, don't we have public comment at the end as well that he could?
Yes, Jerome, if you're there, we do have public comment. If it's something that's not on the agenda, we're not going to engage in any kind of specific back and forth discussion. However, you have that option at the end of the meeting at public comment to state something.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Meg, is there anyone else for the One Airport Road?
Seeing none.
Okay. With that, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you, Carl. I know you were sitting on this. I didn't acknowledge that you have been in the past, but thank you for that second and also the acknowledgement that you are sitting on this.
Well, I should have probably told you, Mr. Chair, that I am sitting on this, but
Yes.
seems like we cleared that up, so.
So great, thank you. So if I'm not mistaken, we have Carl, Dave, myself, Nat, and I believe Barry. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Great.
correct.
Okay.
For both this
motion-
one and the next one.
Yes, both 1 and 7. Okay, motion's made to close by Dave, seconded by Carl. Roll call. Dave,
Aye.
Carl,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Now on to the merits. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the application at this point with the conditions that have been cited by staff, including the final cleanup by Ed Pesci as well.
Okay.
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Nat. We'll take a roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Carl,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much. Now moving on to 7 Airport Road. I believe, Dan, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, my report for 7 is the same as number 1. Last meeting, we're waiting for Ed Pesci's final review and same answer. We just got it, so I think we're all set.
Thank you. Okay, board, unless you have anything new for this particular one, I'm going to open it up to the public. Meg, please identify anybody with a raised hand from the public.
Seeing none.
Okay, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second.
Motion's been made by Dave and seconded by Carl. Close the public hearing. Roll call, Dave,
Aye.
Carl,
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
Matt,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Now on to the motion of the merits. Anything new? Barry speaking?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm not saying anything either, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve the application as submitted at this point with the findings and conditions that have been cited by staff and the final small cleanup that's due with Ed Pesci as well with the staff.
okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dave. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Carl,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much. Thank you to the applicant.
Thank you.
Dave, Dan, thank you very much. I appreciate you coming on board. I think once you did, we really got a lot of progress done. So kudos to you and really appreciate the help to expedite this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Moving on, I believe in order, we are at Sandpiper Place 1 South, Nantucket Property Owner LLC, 43 Beach Grass. Meg, did I skip over something?
No, you did. I just wanted to reiterate that I am recused as a staff person for this. Unfortunately, Leslie got stuck in a situation where she had to take the freight boat as a passenger off island due to the weather. So she had fully anticipated being here as a staff person. Should you have any questions or need advice on anything, because I'm recusing, will not be able to help facilitate any of that dialogue. So I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to step away.
But you're able to navigate us through with the public and
Yes, I can still
okay.
do that sort of administrative tasks, but if you have questions specifically as it pertains to how you should proceed or how it relates to the zoning bylaw, I'm not going to be able as a staff member
Sure.
to assist in that for this.
Noted. Thank you,
Yes.
Barry.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Meg, to you, do you want to wait till the end of the meeting and see if there's any chance with Leslie, or is that just, it's a no-go all across the board?
Well, it left late, so I mean, I don't think her making it to this meeting is going to be a realistic possibility,
All
unfortunately.
right, I just wanted to keep all options open at this point. Thank you.
Mhm.
And Meg, you are going to recuse yourself or from discussion also for the next one, Sandpiper Place 2 as well, is correct? Okay. Well, is there anyone here that's representing that would be able to speak on this? I know we already had this, we had the start of discussions in a previous meeting. There was some questions with parking and so I don't know, is there anybody that wants to update? Go ahead,
Mr.
Rick.
Chairman?
Bedet. Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rick Bodett for the applicant, Nantucket Property Owner LLC. And you might remember that we took both of these, well, we filed two applications because they are two separate special permits. We did discuss these together last hearing, and I'm hoping we can do the same this time because obviously they all relate to one another given the unit swap. So just to refresh everyone's recollection here, the applicant is the owner of 35 building lots in Sandpiper Place 2, as well as a duplex in Sandpiper Place 1. We've applied for amendments to both special permits, Sandpiper 1 and 2. Our proposal is to build a community amenity center at 24 Honeysuckle Drive, which is in Sandpiper 2. That would include a pool and a fitness center, as well as a bathroom and sort of gathering area for everyone in the entire community of Sandpiper Place. As part of this application, you probably remember that 24 Honeysuckle is designated a 175 AMI restricted unit. And 43 Beachgrass in Sandpiper 1 is a duplex. That's a market rate duplex. So what we're proposing to do is, in addition, as part of this proposal, is to take the market rate unit at 43 Beachgrass, make it the market rate unit 24 Honeysuckle, and then swap to a 175 AMI unit at 43 Beachgrass. That will create actually two 175 AMI units. So the net effect is the entire development goes from 23 affordable units to 24. And of course, if this takes place, we'll be able to build the community center there. I think you all probably remember, as John mentioned, that the two biggest issues that came up at the last hearing in November, number one, were the prices of the initiation fees if any of these lots in Sandpiper were to join the HOA for the pool use, and also parking on site and whether we could provide parking was something we discussed quite a bit. With respect to those concerns, the owners really took those comments from the board and a couple of community members as well to heart. And I can tell you, I did submit a letter that I'm sure you've all read, but for the purposes of the record, we did eliminate the initiation fees for any of the affordable units in the development. So the initiation fees for those units will be zero. The initiation fees for the market rate units are proposed at $20,000 payable over 4 years for any of those owners. And of course, the owners don't have to join, and they don't have to join right away either. And I don't know if I made that clear at the last hearing. They can, join at any time. They can not join for a few years. They can join later if they want. So those are our proposed prices. We also, you should note that there will be ongoing maintenance fees as part of this amenity center. We did get some estimates for these costs, and we think that the cost would be $90,000 a year for all of the amenity services. Just to give you a sense, now we don't know what that per lot will cost, of course, because we don't know how many people will join. But just to give you a sense, obviously we assume all of the affordable units will join because it's free. They will have to pay an annual fee for maintenance. And so just to give you a sense, if there are 70 market rate units in there, if we have just half of those market rate units join, so 35 market rate units and the 24 affordable units, the cost would be less than $200 a month for the market rate units. And of course that will go down as people join. And the 80% AMI would be $21 a month. And the 175 AMI would be $63 a month, under $64 a month. That's if half the market rate units join. And again, that'll all go down for market rate if more people join. Anyway, so that's our proposal in terms of the prices for market rate units and affordable units. In addition, we did submit a revised plan that shows a couple of turn-in parking spaces on the site. Those are proposed to be drop-off only, say 15-minute intervals for parking. It also provides us with a potential loading zone if necessary, a landscape truck off peak hours, or someone cleaning the pool when it's closed, etc. As I said last hearing, it's very important to us to not encourage parking on the site. We know that however many parking spaces we provide, it's has the potential to have more people come and drive to the site. As I mentioned last hearing, the farthest lot from this potential pool and fitness center is 1,000 feet. That's a 5-minute walk. So we want to encourage people to walk there. We did take it to heart that there could be some, a grandmother dropping off some kids or whatnot there. So we did want to provide something. But we do think that's sufficient. If we do have a lifeguard, lifeguard wouldn't be allowed to park their car there. They'd be expected to find some other way to work, as is common with a lot of your special permits, not allowing, I should say, employees to park there. So, we also discussed briefly, you might remember, there's a turnaround on this lot that comes from Mayflower Circle. As I said last time, we're certainly committed to eliminating that turnaround. I know I talked to Andrew Vorse and Leslie, and I know they would love to eliminate that. I think the board and we as the owners probably have the right to go through that process. And if you want it to be a condition of this special permit that we have to eventually eliminate that, that's fine. It's just we don't have complete control over it. It has to go to land court and everything else. So like I said, we're committed to it for sure. So again, that's about it. Just in summary, we're really excited to provide this amenity. We've really worked hard over the last month to address some of the concerns the board had by making the affordable units free in terms of initiation and providing some parking and loading solutions here. In the end, we're creating an additional affordable unit for the island, and we're excited about that as well. And so, we've gotten the support of some neighbors, I think you see in your packet, as well as Housing Nantucket, and Housing Specialist has given us his support as well. So I think it's a great proposal, and we hope you guys do too. And I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Great, thank you, Rick. Before I open it to the other board members, I just had a couple of thoughts too. Obviously, proper code items will be in place. Fences, the proper height, any kind of locks and things, because you're going to have a membership. So accessibility for codes or keys, or for the members that are there to access it. Proper lighting. This is a pool. So after hours, there should be some kind of, signs and warnings and lights, but also lifeguards. If this is going to be a live lifeguard there, or are there going to be signs? There are certain neighborhoods that have, lifeguards are not present, a certain age, go swim at your own risk. So all those things, if there's, those safety protocols that are being, should be addressed, and I'm sure they'll be by code. But I guess membership, because this is a little different, and you're going to have some members that opt in, other members that don't. A couple of the letters that we received that I had gone over, that was a concern. They wanted to make sure that if there was somebody in the neighborhood that did not opt to go into the membership, that they would not be charged, not obviously just, the membership cost, but they won't be included into the annual service. They opt out, but they still have the availability on an annual basis to join in, and then they would pay that membership fee, and then they'd be subject to any of the yearly service fees, as you had explained.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the reason why we want it to be a separate HOA than what exists out there as well. I think that'll keep the fees separate, and it'll be very clear to people, and us included. If they're not part of it, then we shouldn't be sending them a bill for fees, of course. And I think in terms of the code issues, obviously, we won't get sign-offs on our building permit if we don't have the proper fences, locks, etc. And, in terms of lifeguards, we're not sure yet. We did include that cost. It was the most expensive cost to our maintenance fee. We included that just to be safe. We aren't sure if the Board of Health will require that. They are starting to require that for certain HOAs. We don't know if we qualify yet, but just in case, we wanted to include that cost in the estimate, just to make sure, we have the right numbers out there.
Mm-hmm. So if I gather this correctly, if you opt for a membership and you pay that, we'll call it $20,000, that is transferable with the actual unit. So I don't suppose anybody, once they do opt in there and they pay that membership initiation fee of $20,000, that they would ever opt out, because they're not getting a refund of that money or a repayment of that. So if it's transferable with the unit, the person that wants to be active in that would just have to pay the annual service fee. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. That's what we're proposing. In other words, you would just, once you opt in, it would be part of your certificate of title that you're entitled to use those amenities. And until you opt in, it wouldn't be part of your certificate of title. So it would transfer with every property. So.
Right.
And I agree with you. I mean, I don't know why anybody would opt out, because I assume, whoever's running the HOA at that point would want to charge them again if they tried to come in again. So I don't know. Once you opted in, I don't know that it would make any sense to opt out.
Okay. Thank you. Board members, Dave, your hand's raised.
Just wanted, we got an updated portion of the staff report on this, and I just wanted to kind of go down the list of some of the concerns that staff had and things we should discuss. One would be the turning easement at the end of Mayflower Circle. Whether we as a board want to do away with that and open up more space for parking, or just give more space, period. There was also some concerns about whether with the additional unit, whether DHCD does this have any impact with them, and whether we need to get a written letter from them approving this. Also concerns about whether the requirements of the MOA with the select board are being met with this project. We talked, I guess, briefly about detailing the changes in the HOA, right? So just a few things I'm throwing out there for discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, happy to discuss any of those items. As I mentioned, the turning easement, it's something I talked to Andrew about, and it's something, believe me, we fully support. We don't want it there either. So I think it's just a matter of process. My client, even before staff mentioned it, my clients had mentioned to me, geez, is there a way we can get rid of that? I think it's not a quick process, but we're committed to it 100%. If the board, I think the board will have to be involved in a separate application, but we're happy to do it. I think it was something that was put in place by the fire department, if I understand it correctly. And I don't think it's necessary at all because it's only services 2 lots on Mayflower. So it's kind of seems a little silly to us, and I think to all of you. So happy to do whatever's necessary. The DHCD, we have an agreement that has to be revised as part of this process. We have to go to the select board too. So I imagine, as I said last hearing, I think that's when we'll get feedback from the select board, from everyone we've talked to, including Housing Nantucket, which is I believe the monitoring agent. They're in support of this. I think everybody is psyched to have the extra unit for sure. So I'm not anticipating any issues with any of those. And like I said, we have a further process to go through aside from this. So.
Thank you. Any other board members, comments, questions, Rick, before we open it up? Stephen Welch.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Rick, I appreciate the additional information, very helpful. I just echo parking sufficient to address staff concerns, the turning circle easement being released, select board and housing consent and so on and so forth. I want to speak in particular to the initiation fee. To me, I think it's a big win that you've eliminated the lower rate unit initiation fee. I think of some concern though is the $20,000 initiation fee. It seems quite high for year-round market rate owners. I can imagine 2 options just to throw something out there on the table, straw concepts. First is a quarter of that amount payable over 4 years. Subject, however, to the caveat that it runs with the owner, so it's non-transferable. The other would be a higher price membership. That one would run, that which would run with the land, so it is transferable. And it would seem reasonable to have that whatever the higher one is, payable over a somewhat longer period. And I'll note, at least in terms of my intentions, each of these types of memberships would be subject to the annual maintenance fee. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephen. Barry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo Steve's sentiments at this point. I think for the non-AMI units, when it comes down to it, the cost here is a little steeper than what I'd like to see. I know a number of individuals in those non-AMI units are they bought them, but it's a struggle to meet the bills every month to do it. Right now, with the current plan that's in place at this point, at a minimum, you're talking roughly close to about $7,400 a year for at least 4 years that they're going to have to wind up in addition if they want this amenity done. And I think that's a really tough entry level to meet with that. And I think I had asked you to maybe kind of go out and see what kind of feedback you may have gotten from the non-AMI people. And I don't know, I think you may want to revisit this just a tad bit more. Whether if you want to have it run with the property and maybe instead of doing it over a 4-year cycle, make it an 8 or a 10-year cycle. And all of a sudden, I think that may become a little more palatable, with the addition of the maintenance fee that's there. If you put it into a 10-year cycle, even an 8-year cycle, you're now pretty close to what you'd be paying over that 4-year cycle. And you might gain better acceptance. You have to wait for your money a bit longer, but you may gain a few converts who are willing to do it at this point on the non-AMI level. But I do find that it seems like it's just a very steep fee per year for those first 4 years worth of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. I'd like to I'm just thinking about this. I actually like Stephen Welch's comments and thoughts, something for consideration. When you're looking at for the maybe a quarter of the price, a $5,000 membership for a non-transferable, and a 20-year, 4-year payoff for a transferable. It opens up a couple of interesting discussions. What it does is, if you have a 20,000 and you know that it's going to transfer, you might look at it as, this is the best deal I have going on, because as long as I own this, I can use it. And then when I do sell it, I just gained value of my property, because I'm sure it would, add $100,000 or $200,000 to the value of your house when you can take a pool membership and transfer it. While the 5,000 non-transferable, you can look at it as if, over the course, like Barry said, if you were going to have to pay that 5,000 every year for 4 years, plus the maintenance fees, service fees, 7,400 is a steep amount. But if you're looking at that $5,000, you're not having it transfer for the value of your house, but it's making it a little bit more palatable over the next 5, 10 years, 20 years. You might be there for a long time, and it's going to look like a pretty good deal, because you get the use of that at a reduction of the cost. You just don't transfer it with your title. So it's just open for discussion, and obviously the numbers are the big thing here, because it's not building itself. There's a huge expense to the actual pool, the landscaping, the building, the activity center. With this, you might pick up for transferable people that actually will give you that $20,000 instead of trying to limit it and make it one big sale for 20,000. So interesting concept. I think it's something to think about, and it might work out with the developer. But I think, Stephen, that was a good suggestion to food for thought. And anybody else hand raised before I open it up to the public? Okay, seeing none. Meg, you're tuned in. I know you're not talking, but if you can at least clue us into any hands raised from the public.
So we have Dave Arminetti.
Okay. Welcome, Dave. Nice to hear you and see you, or so far. Welcome you with their hand raised. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Trudell, members of the board and staff. Dave Arminetti, Director of Real Estate Development for Richmond Great Point Development. We appreciate the opportunity to speak and provide some input on this matter again this evening. I appreciate Attorney Baudet's update and summary, and certainly the applicant has made some effort to tweak the site plan in a positive direction from what we see, and has thought through the loading and drop-off aspect of it. Whether it's intentional or not, they seem to have ignored the off-street parking component of it. So our concern there, as stated, remains. We think this would be a great amenity for the subdivision in the neighborhood. We fully support it in that regard, but again, being the developer who's been out there the entire time, that has been the experienced party with the existing homeowners association and selling to all these homeowners who have joined the neighborhood, we feel we have a pretty good perspective in understanding what the management and operational issues out there are. And we still have real concerns if there's absolutely no off-street parking. I know Mr. Iverson noted some of the staff report recommendations. I don't believe he had the opportunity to mention there's what I read as a fairly strong recommendation that at least 2 true off-street parking spaces be provided. So I wanted to note that, given that Mrs. Snell's not here to articulate that, and Mrs. Trudell can't speak to it. So other than that, we really want to enthusiastically support this. We understand it's not simple to just add a couple of parking spaces, but it's certainly doable. If my public school math is correct, it takes about 500 square feet to provide 2 parking spaces. It would certainly be easier if the turnaround was eliminated, and we want to reiterate our commitment to participate in that
Mhm.
in any way possible. So I think if it can be addressed, it can be addressed fairly simply. I certainly understand Attorney Burdett's argument that if you don't provide any parking, no one's going to be looking for the parking. But as you know well as a board, and we know as a developer and a manager of properties, you can never overcome human nature. People are going to come here looking to park. You need to have some minimal amount where 1 or 2 cars can be parked that are going to use the pool. Otherwise, they're going to park in the loading spaces, no matter how many signs you have, no matter how many security staff you have out there. They're then going to circle around, look for other parking spaces. There has to be some minimal amount on site, and we're not suggesting 6 or 8 or 10, which is very difficult to do given the size of the property, but just a couple, some minimal effort we think is really critically necessary, and we appreciate the opportunity to reiterate that. Otherwise, we can't speak to the price or the economics. That's between the applicant and the board and the community. It would be a wonderful amenity, and we would really like to be able to enthusiastically get behind this and support it, but we certainly can't today. So I appreciate the opportunity to provide some input, and glad to answer any other questions you might have on our perspective. So thank you.
Thank you, Dave. I actually have a question for you, Dave. Would it be more preferable to have, instead of 2 dedicated off-street parking places, more of a parking somehow incorporated into a drop-off, and maybe 15 or 20-minute drop-offs? And why I say that is I look at the other neighborhoods that are similar to this, and we brought up Beach Plum, we brought up North Shop, and directly across the street at North Shop, I noticed that really, aside from parking on the street, there really is a kind of a drop-off, and it's centrally located where everybody, they walk down there. They grab their belongings, they walk down there, and obviously, if there's young mothers and fathers with a lot of equipment or baby items or something like that, maybe to supply or to have like a loading zone where they can come down, drop that, and then move on, park their car, and then walk down with the kids or something like that to make it more convenient, so they're not lugging everything down there. I think when we're looking at the quantity of people that are in that neighborhood, I think we looked at 107 single family units and 225 apartment units. And, when you look at the size of that, the dedicated 2 parking places, I fear, are going to be used for longer term people that are going to take up that space anyway, maybe not even for the pool, or maybe they'll have an overnight parking where they'll see a place to park and leave the car there. So we're actually looking to attract the parking area there instead of utilizing it for the need of the pool club there, the activity center. So we're just talking. Obviously, there's not going to be a decision made, but we're just, now that you bring it up, maybe it's something that you and your group would think about. Instead of having those 2, or maybe you're just adamant about those 2. But I just wanted to bring that up for discussion.
Sure, through you, Mr. Chairman. If I
Sure.
can. No, any thought and ideas here are obviously appreciated, I'm sure, by the applicant as well. We're all trying to work together here to make this neighborhood and subdivision be the best it can. And we've been the biggest investor in that, both economically and in terms of sweat equity, and are going to continue to be for some time. But we don't want to go in and allow a problem to be created that we already have a sense is really going to be a problem. I think they've addressed the drop-off situation quite thoughtfully and conveniently, because we know that's going to happen. People are going to come and drop off, the pool equipment, the beach bags, etc., and then maybe go back to the house, and the driver will walk back and join the family. That'll happen for the vast majority of the users, in my opinion. But to have zero available parking is just gonna create a further problem. The management of that parking is obviously gonna be up to the applicant. And we have that on a daily basis in our development, crossing over between the apartments and the single family. And so far, we've been able to handle it, but we see issues coming in the horizon, and we just want to deal with them as best we can. So we're open to any site plan, any changes, but I would say we're adamant about if our enthusiastic support of this, including any modifications to the MOA and the DHCD and town agreements that are required, we'd really like to see some bare minimum on-street parking available. Just knowing human nature and knowing the way people act. So thank you for the suggestion, and we're glad to roll up our sleeves and work with Rick and his client and the board and figure it out.
Great. Thank you very much, Dave. All right, other board members? And I see Barry, your hand's raised. Go ahead.
Thank you. John, I just want to agree with you at this point. I'm a little concerned that with parking, you're actually going to encourage more than less. And I think there'll be a bigger abuse issue. I mean, I'd rather go with time spaces, see how that works out. That doesn't mean in the future that you couldn't come back to us with a modification to make those spaces happen. But initially, I'd like to see it work, because the whole idea is this isn't open to everything in that subdivision. It's only open to a limited area. And I think one of the things, you know, we talk about at times is that idea of not using vehicles, but walkability. And so as much as we can encourage that, I do see those kind of positives. I at first blush, without really giving it too much more thought, I see a lot more abuse potential sitting there with parking, especially if it's overnight or something else. I think it, you know, even with time spaces, I think you'll find that, oh, those spaces are meant to be able to use for a long period of time. Gee, no one's going to care whether I'm here for the 20 minutes or the 200 minutes, you know, to be able to get by with it. So if you're going to have to somehow deal with that to begin with. So I just think it's opening a potential abuse issue here. And like I said, I'd rather literally get my feet wet first and then figure out later if we really want to do that. But getting rid of that turnaround, I think, will be a good thing in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick, if you could just hold a minute, I'd like to see if Stephen has his hand raised. He might create another question. Go ahead, Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to follow up on Barry's point. Excuse me. When my company managed Nashua-Quistit for a couple of decades and a half, and went on to Beach Plum Village for another better part of a decade, the only parking that was allowed that was provided was ADA related. And that was largely due to the fact that it became an attractive nuisance in a way, where people were coming and not necessarily just from homes in the community. The other aspect of that is that if you have parking like sufficient that it is, and it's not time limited, or it's not otherwise self-policing, for instance, ADA, you need the ADA sticker or a tag. One of the things you're going to need to probably look into are homeowner association medallions, so you can determine without having to do a check on the individual license plate numbers, whether the car is actually associated with a home within the that has rights and access, a particular home within the homeowner association that has rights and access to the pool and other facilities. So I would encourage limiting parking. I think the off-street parking, maybe one drop off and one ADA may be sufficient. Certainly latitude there, but I think that those are good places to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Rick.
Yeah. So, as it relates to parking, I mean, I think, John kind of took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, I think the second we provide dedicated spaces, they're going to be abused and people will be parking there overnight. I mean, that's what's going to happen, right? So, and the idea of lengthening, making that drop off longer was so that it was, maybe big enough for a van, an ADA space if necessary, but that it's drop off nonetheless. My personal opinion is that no spaces is better because it doesn't encourage it at all. But again, hearing some of the comments last time, I think were kind of took to heart, and particularly Dave Armanetti's was the one that said, you might need a space to drop off for grandma or someone who might really need to drive. And so that was why we added it. I didn't get the sense that the board wanted it any more than Dave. So anyway, I think we did. It wasn't ignored. It was specifically, something we put a lot of thought into, and making that longer and bigger for various uses. So, we feel strongly that more parking will just create more issues. So it's not, again, it's easy to provide parking, but we just think it will create more issues in a walkable neighborhood. So.
Thank you, Rick. At this point, I'm not seeing no hands raised. I'd like to open it up to the general public for comments. So Meg, I know you're recused, but if you could navigate us through again, if you see anyone with their hands raised from the public.
I do not. But my own public comment would just be that I think, in agreement with what some of the other board members brought up earlier, was that the price point's just a little bit high still. I appreciate the direction that the applicant is taking by those reductions, but I just feel it's still too high. So that would be my public comment.
Thank you, Meg. And if there are no hands raised, I'll go back to Rick.
So with respect to the prices, look, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that $20,000 isn't a lot of money. But again, that's something that I had multiple meetings with my clients about, and staff, and we all thought that particularly given the movement on the AMI units, we all thought that was a reasonable fee when it's spread over 4 years. It's consistent with, it's probably below, in fact, the Beach Plum market rate units that are off-site. Those people have to pay over $5,000 a year, and it's not attached to their lots ever. So it's something that's in their comprehensive permit that they have to offer it to certain number of people, but it's not something that's on those market rate owners' deeds. So given that we think it provides a lot of value to the development. We think even if someone decides not to join, or delays their joining, we think it provides a lot of value to their lot because it provides that ability later on. I will also say that I can't disagree that Steve's idea is not a bad one. But I don't have the authority to do that now, and I don't know that I will. It's something that we really did put a lot of thought into, guys, despite the number.
Thank you, Rick. Meg, I'll go back to you. Is there anyone from the general public with a hand raised?
There is not.
Okay. Rick, I'm sure you're not looking for any kind of particular vote this evening, are you? Eyebrows raised.
I'd love one if it's a yes vote. I am actually looking for a particular vote. And I'm not looking for another particular vote.
Yeah.
So I guess I would say if if the board
Well,
wants to discuss it further, and if they're not inclined, obviously.
I mean,
only because I see that there are some still questionable things, to get a definitive on the parking. We have, there might be there was a couple of interesting things raised with PACE membership, something that might be considered, as Steve had said. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But there's still a couple of things as far as the medallions or stickers or something with the membership, how you identify them, safety, with lighting and fences and things like that might be brought up. And I don't want to say that we're going to sit down and hash those all out, and like both, there are multiple parties that are going to be signing off on that. We still have to go before the selectmen to make sure that everything is good with them, and also feedback from them, as well as the housing Nantucket. So I think we're really close. We've made a hell of a lot of progress in the last few meetings, but I just don't know if we're in a position to vote right now. So unless there are new comments from the public or other board members, we are getting close, and I think there's a lot of information to look forward to in the January meeting. But I think there's still a couple of unresolved issues that we can probably clean up in the next month. That's why I'm joking, but I'm not joking. I think we're really close, but I don't think we can wrap this up today.
Yeah, understood.
Barry?
agreed.
I would concur with John about that, but the other thing too that I would really love you to do is maybe a cursory review to make sure that the MOA
Mhm.
that was signed off on is still being met in all of its conditions. So I if it hasn't been done, I'd like to see something a little more formalized before our next meeting with some type of document that testates that really is that things are being met as in accordance with. So that way we have something on file that substantiates that.
Okay. Is that also going to be taken up with the Board of Selectmen to make sure that the memorandum of understanding? Yeah.
Yeah.
Us might be able to be done on a staff level or an executive level with the select board before it finally gets to them. But I think just knowing that we're tracked into that direction would be really helpful. That way, if anything is going to be a problem, it can be flagged out.
Mhm.
So I just personally, I would just like something a little more definitive in writing that says, yeah, we think we're there with that.
Okay. Rick?
Yeah, nobody I've asked has been able to provide me with that document. I guess I should probably ask Dave. He might be the best guy to ask.
It's
Not
just
even
go
your
back
staff.
3.5 years of meetings, but he'll find.
Yeah, no, I know it exists.
Yeah.
And I don't know what's in it. And we,
Yeah.
it's sort of out of our control, just so everybody knows, as to whether that's being met, but we can certainly obviously look into that. And I just to be clear, we're not gonna propose anything to select board until we know whether this is possible or not. We're not gonna ask them to switch AMI units if the board doesn't approve it. So I don't anticipate actually going to the board first.
Go ahead, Barry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rick, I'd assure you it's out there at this point. I know that both
Yeah.
Nat and myself sat on this one.
Mhm. As
and it was-
Barry.
Oh, sorry, that's right. I'm sorry, it befuddles me at times. But the documentation that was delivered from that and went out to the select board as well for final approval, I mean, was pretty comprehensive. I understand whether, with sale and stuff, what transferred and what didn't. But again, I think for this board's satisfaction, if there are deviations from it because of what's transacted over time, it'd be good to know that. Let's get that firmed up a bit so that we're all have an understanding of from where we started with this project to where we are today, where, at least we're all on the same page. And to me, that's invaluable after this amount of time. Thank you.
Barry. All right, one last try with Meg. Do we see anybody from the general public?
I do not.
Okay, I think at this point, I'd entertain a motion to continue to the January 9th meeting.
So move, sir.
Is there a second?
Second,
Motion's been made to
Second.
continue by Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you, Rick.
All right, thanks, everybody.
See you next
Thank
month.
Happy holidays. We'll see you guys next month.
You as well.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Joe.
I
need to
leave the meeting.
Okay, thank you. You did give me advance notice, but I appreciate that. Signing off. Great. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Happy holidays, everyone.
You
Happy
do.
holidays.
Okay.
Yeah, Joe.
Moving on, we are at Edward Coffin Jr. and Morgan Coffin, 21 Allen's Lane, representing Paul Santos. Meg, if you cue us in.
Bring Paul over. He'll be on the next couple for you. But this is just a standard secondary residential lot special permit. So.
I can take it if you want.
Go ahead, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
Welcome.
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Thank you, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors on behalf of Eddie Coffin and Morgan Coffin, the prospective homeowners and tenants of this new dwelling. This is 21 Allens Avenue. The board has seen this property recently as we recently did a AR subdivision. And at the time we did the AR subdivision, we had indicated to the board the intent here was to take one of the lots and create a secondary residential lot. This gave the ability to the Tenovishes to maintain a family dwelling and then have two dwellings, one for each of their daughters and spouses. So that's the application you have before you. It's a special permit to create a secondary residential lot. We have asked for the waivers to waive the setback requirement only as they apply to the lot lines between the secondary lots. And since the driveways already exist in a separate fashion, we're asking for a special permit to waive the required shared single driveway access. Site is serviced by public water, public sewer. We already have approval through the Nantucket Conservation Commission. There is a valid order of conditions for the work. And all the required documents for the AR subdivision, homeowners association, and so forth have all been filed and recorded. And happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Paul. Board members? Okay, seeing none. Meg, open it up to the general public.
I'm not seeing anybody.
Make a motion to close.
Okay, motion made to close by Dave. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, is that you, Barry?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I heard the voice, didn't see the face, so sorry, the screen jumping. Okay, motion made to close by Dave, second by Barry. Roll call. Dave.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
Well, before we close this, Meg, is this a special permit that I need to put on? I know Joe just left.
Yes,
Please.
good catch.
So if
Okay,
you could, yep, Stephen's still here. So we have Stephen, Abby, and Carl all here.
okay, so I'm going to, in that order, I'm going to put Steve on this. Stephen, before we close, you still have the option to comment and speak. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we continue with the motion to close?
Yeah, I just think it's an appropriate application and I look forward to getting a vote to it.
Great. Okay, Meg, now that we just made a slight interruption, just check with the general public if there's anyone that's raised a hand.
There's no one.
Okay, Dave, if that motion still holds, I'd like to have a roll call with Steve on the decision. So motion's been made to close the public hearing by Dave and seconded by Barry. Roll call, Dave.
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Now on to the merits.
Make a motion to approve this with the findings and the staff conditions.
And second,
Second.
Okay, motion has been
Second.
made by Dave, seconded by Barry. Roll call. Dave,
Aye.
Barry,
aye.
Steve,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and the chairperson votes aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Paul, I believe you're up. This is Sleepy Hollow Island Realty LLC and Mikhail Stepanov, 12 Sleepy Hollow Road and 74 Somerset Road. Before we get into it, I am just going to, because I haven't had previous relations, I'm not a part of this or any financial gain, but just from appearance sake, I'm going to recuse myself. So with that, I'd like to have Dave take over, and then Dave, Steve was just added on to the last one, so I'd have you assign another alternate to sit on this.
Perfect. I'll assign Abby.
Okay, Barry, before I log off, yes.
So 2 alternates since you're
Oh,
stepping.
yes, 2 alternates, correct.
Okay, so Abby and Carl are up.
That makes it easy.
Yep.
Great.
Perfect.
So I am going to let you take over for this one, Dave, and then Meg, if you can just let me know when we're through, I'll log back on.
Will do. Thanks, John.
All right, great. So this is a special permit for secondary residential lot. So an existing condo covenant may be converted into a second separate lot and condominium will be dissolved. I think we've done this over in that neighborhood a couple times at least. So,
Yep.
Correct.
Paul, you want to?
Sure, I'm happy to briefly explain it. Again, you've done a good job of that. But again, this is Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors on behalf of the 2 property owners, which is essentially Unit 1 and Unit 2 of Sleepy Hollow condominium. In this particular case, special permit to create secondary residential lots. Similar waiver requests as the last one to waive the setback requirement only as they apply between the lot lines, and a special permit to waive required single driveway access. This is a case where the actual exclusive use area as set forth in the condominium meets the requirements for the secondary residential lot with regard to the 40% breakdown. So at the end of the day here, what we essentially are looking to do is validate the 2 exclusive use areas as separate lots. Would come back with an A&R plan to do that. And what is out there today is what will exist after the application is approved, which is one dwelling fronting on Somerset Road and another dwelling fronting on Sleepy Hollow Road. And happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
We'll have any questions or discussion? May, you want to go ahead and open this up? See if we have any questions.
I'm not seeing anyone from the public with their hands raised.
All right. I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing, please.
Make a motion to close.
I'll second it.
All right, made by Nat, seconded by Carl. Roll call. Nat,
Aye.
Carl,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Carl,
You got me.
and I'm an aye as well. Okay, any more discussion or a motion from the board?
Make a motion to approve with the 6 conditions. And were there any others, Megan? I don't believe we added anything with Paul's discussion, just the 6 you have.
Yep, just the 2 findings in the
So
6.
that would be my motion. Yeah.
Second, someone?
I'll second it.
All right, motion made by Nat, seconded by Carl. Roll call vote. Nat,
Aye.
Carl,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and I'm an aye, unanimous.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. Now I'm off the hook.
John, you can come back.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Dave.
Barely made it without you, my friend.
All right, on to, I believe, if my order is correct, Jennifer Dobble, check, a Stone Post Way. And I believe the owners and maybe or Jeff Blackwell to present. Meg?
So I see Jennifer on the Zoom. I'm trying to bring her over as a panelist. Hold on, let's see. In the meantime, I can just go ahead, but she is here if you have any questions. The applicant is proposing a second driveway access. The existing driveway access has an entrance on Stone Post Way, as will the proposed driveway access. The second driveway access, I'm just trying to pull up the plan for you, will be utilized to access the garage apartment. This is a after the fact application, whereas now the bylaw has changed where this could have been approved as a part of the garage apartment proposal. Planning staff is supportive of this request. It's a very quiet street. We haven't had any neighborhood opposition. So that is what's going on with us. So the existing access is here, garage apartment going here, and access here. I will say I took a drive down to Stone Post the other day, and it did seem like it would be a tight turning radius to try and access this garage apartment utilizing the existing driveway, based on what I saw with what is currently on the ground.
Okay, thank you, Meg. Board members, questions? Go ahead, Barry.
Go to Dave first, please.
Did you appoint someone on this, John?
Not yet, sorry. Thank you very much, Dave. I think going back up the line, we're at Stephen, if you're available, Stephen.
I'm here.
Okay, great. All right, now back to you, Barry.
Thank you. Through you, Megan. Yes, you can drink your water and please do swallow. Good thing.
Caught me mid-gulp.
Yeah, I know. Caught you mid-gulp. Do you feel like that there's something that needs to be improved with that, if you're saying it's that tight of turning radius? Here's our opportunity to do what we need to do. So if you're fine, you've been out there, and I'm going to respect where we're going to head to with this, but I want to be supportive one way or another.
I'm
No, I
supportive.
think Barry, and Meg, correct me if I'm wrong. Usually with a tight radius, you're thinking the negative, but in this case, it's probably a positive, because if you look at that, I've been down there many times as well. That tight radius would be, if you didn't have the second curb cut, that tight radius would be trying to pull in there, make a left, and then make a right into the garage. By adding it, it's a straight run, and it's actually a little better.
Yes.
So, okay.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. Thanks, Tom.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't see
These
any
are
board members.
long time.
Go ahead, Nat. Sorry.
No, I just wanted to just say, pretty familiar with this property and what this family's doing. And the one next door, they're all family, sort of generational owners of this land. And this is a good little project for them, and it's taking a lot of effort to do it. If you go out there, you'll see another house on the other lot next door behind. It's going up as well.
Meg, could you just put that?
So I just wanted to say, it's a very, as John indicated, this road is one of those kind of roads you want to drive in and drive out. And I think they're creating a situation where they don't have to turn around as much. And so it's, the horseshoe in today's version, I guess I would say. So I think it's a pretty good setup. It just might not look so good the way they have it drawn here, but I think it's going to work out well.
Okay. Any other board members' hands? No, generally, I'm not a huge proponent of second driveways, and in this particular case, I've been out there. I looked for safety issues, turning ratios, where other driveways were across and on a curve or a cul-de-sac, where it could pose as an issue. And nothing's glaring at me right now. So that's all I'd like to say about that. Dave, your hand's raised.
And also too.
Oh, sorry, hold on.
Also,
go ahead if you
no,
want to continue. Before Dave.
Sorry, I'm not using my.
Go ahead, Nat.
I didn't. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm not trying to. I didn't use my little hand tonight. John, also too on this road, this helps avoiding it avoids people from pulling over and sort of parking, on the edge, and people get annoyed. And most of these properties have a pretty substantial on-site type situation on Stone Post. So just to throw that in as well.
Okay, Dave.
I just wanted to second what you said, John. I felt like I felt you were speaking for me. I'm definitely not a proponent for most curb cuts, but this one seems to make sense. And I think that in some way they just maybe dropped the ball when they did the garage apartment and didn't put that in their application. So I'm all fine with this.
Okay, thank you. Meg, I don't see any other hands raised. So if you would, please let us know if there's anyone from the general public with a question or hand raised.
Yep, the homeowner, she has her hand raised, so I will bring her over.
Hi, Jennifer, welcome.
Hi there. There's some echo because I'm on my phone listening to you and my computer signing in.
Mute one of the devices, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
So hold on.
Well, you might have muted both of them.
Or the other device.
If you mute the one you're listening off of, that should do the trick. You don't want to mute yourself, the one that you're talking on.
Yep.
I'll do this. I'm just going to sign off of my phone.
Well,
I think.
Jen, could I just let you know that right now, I don't believe there's anybody else from the general public, and the consensus seems to be favorable. So sometimes less is more. If you don't have anything that you want to bring up, your echo might have worked in your favor.
Yeah, I was just clarifying that it wasn't oversight. We had one drawing with the horseshoe on it and another drawing apparently that went to the HDC that it wasn't there. So it was our screw up.
No worries.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments from the general public, Meg?
I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay, seeing none, board members, and entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Motion's been made to close by Nat, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Nat?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Now on to the merits.
I'd make a motion to approve with the findings and the staff conditions.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Dave, seconded by Barry. Roll call, Dave?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
And chair votes aye unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jennifer. Moving on, your friend with the truck LLC, 32 Bartlett Road. And if Rick is still here or Brian Swain, Meg, if you'd lead us into it.
Yep, I'm not.
Oh, I
saying-
have to add somebody. Hold, I think Barry has his hand raised to remind me to add someone.
I would say, I would suggest adding someone, but I would also caution sometimes, with anything that may continue to multiple meetings, you may
Right.
want to give sitting members the opportunity to mull it in. So as we kind of progress, just keep that under advisement.
So here's a question, Meg. If I assign one of the other alternates to sit on this, if the sitting member that had already sat on this previous discussion wants to come in and mull in on this, would they knock off the alternate that I add to it now?
No.
Okay.
No.
So then I'd give the applicant the option at this point, correct?
Yeah, and I don't particularly think this one's contentious. I just, as we progress, I just wanted to.
Right.
Kind of
But I'm
clarify.
just trying to get the bearing straight for what we can do, because if the applicant is fine with the 4 sitting members being that one had to leave the meeting, I'm not going to assign the 5th for discussion right now. Is that correct?
No, I mean assigning the 5th when it's time to close the public hearing. So the activated person would be voting. You would still have a 5-member board, but instead of assigning at the beginning of discussion, let's say it were hypothetically to continue to January, then that alternate member has booted the sitting member, if you see what I'm saying.
So we'll see how it plays out. I'm going to we'll listen to the to the applicant, and at that point, if we're going to give them the option to continue, if it's something contentious where they need more discussion, and at that point we just continue. If not, they're ready to come to a vote, then I would assign one of the alternates that's listening in right now. Great, let's progress. Barry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record at this point, one of the organizations I belong to, which is the Nantucket Lodge number 66, Independent Order of Odd Fellows, is an abutter to this property. Having surveyed the membership, we didn't find any problems that were apparent at that point. So I feel as though I can act on this in an unbiased fashion, unless someone has objections.
Thank you for that description. Does any other board member have any issue? I don't see any conflict. Okay. All right. Is there anyone here to present, Meg, or would you like to lead us into it?
Nope, Brian's here. He can go ahead and present.
Go ahead. Hi, welcome, Brian.
Good morning or good evening, Mr. Chair. Brian Swain, attorney for the applicant, your friend with the truck. Curran Heiser is here with me. He is the contract purchaser of 32 Bartlett Road. That's improved with a mixed-use structure containing 2 residential components and a commercial area consisting of 1,230 square feet with 2 loading bays. One residential unit is located on the westerly side of the mixed-use structure. The other is located on the 2nd floor. The commercial area, which is currently being used as a contractor shop, that's located on the 1st floor. And this is on the corner of Appleton and Bartlett Road. My client desire is to use the 1st floor commercial area for interior storage and warehousing associated with its moving company. The proposed storage and warehousing use won't be available to the general public. It will only be utilized by the applicant and its staff. The proposed hours of operation are Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And this parcel is located in the C-Tag zoning district, and that use requires a special permit. That's why we're here. We've reviewed the staff report and agree with its recommendations and findings. It would ask that you approve the application in accordance with the staff report and as submitted.
Thank you, Brian. Barry? Oh, your hand's raised. Sorry. Any other board members before we open it up? Seeing none, I'll open up to the general public. Meg, please advise.
I see Campbell Sutton with her hand raised.
Okay. Hi, Cam, welcome.
Did that work?
You sure does.
Hello? Okay,
Yes.
super. Super. I obviously I do have some concerns with the way the parking is laid out here. I don't think they're I was in agreement with the letter that Jim and Nancy Wilson wrote. I think the photo that is provided with this application shows one of the issues at this intersection, like.
Sorry, Cam, to interrupt. I just wanted to assist with you. Meg, could we pull up that plan to show, as Cam is describing something, people that are zoomed in can actually see something? I'm sorry, Cam, go ahead.
That's okay. So Appleton Road sort of comes in at an angle from Bartlett, sort of creating a Y with a multi-use path directly alongside this building and crossing over. So the previous tenant that was there had like it's not a dump truck, it's a, I don't know, it's a truck with a dumpster that they can drop the dumpster off. And sometimes they would park vans in that parking space that they have allotted right next to the bike path, which completely, and I mean completely, blocks the view of anyone on that multi-use path, so that you end up as a car with a truck. I don't know if you can get what I'm saying, but when a truck or vehicle is parked at the very edge, as this is proposing, it blocks the view of people coming, going towards Raceway. Let me put it that way, going towards Raceway. And so as the vehicle is leaving Appleton, you sort of have to ooch beyond that, at which point very often you come into near connection with a pedestrian, electric bike, another car, a dog walker. So I had asked the previous tenants to leave that space as open as possible, like to park more towards, well away from the road there, just so that you could have some safe entering and exiting. So that's one big concern I have. Also, the parking spot on Bartlett Road is not utilized at this time very often by the people that live in that apartment. And that also goes directly across the bike path, with the building blocking, the view as you back out. But it hasn't been an issue because there haven't been any vehicles there. And so it may continue not to be an issue. I'm not sure. The other piece that I have is a number of these trucks are largish, right? So in order to back into the bay, which is what they would need to do, they would, I'm not quite sure how you do that without, disturbing the flow of traffic. You're either going to bring your large truck turn on to Appleton and then back across a lane of traffic into the bay, or you're going to try and drive headfirst into the bay and then back down towards Appleton, which again, I do believe that's obstructed by the bushes that are there, though I think that property owner may have reduced that. So that's just a use thing. And so I'm not sure, Appleton is a very busy road, much busier in the summer, obviously, than in the shoulder season. Oh, geez, I'm crow. I'm sorry. Sorry, my granddaughter just got home and I walk her to school every day. So I'm quite familiar with this passenger what's up? Pedestrian trying to walk. Excuse me. I can't speak right now. So I just have some concerns about the size of vehicles, how they're going to be placed. The current parking system that they use actually has a stacked parking along the south border, I believe it is, where you have two parking spaces side by each. They currently stack the one closest to the neighbor. So that would be 3 parking spaces there and a parking space on Bartlett, which I propose would allow for this other parking space to be freed up. I mean, for temporary parking or something like that, where they're working, I get that, but it really is, it's a dangerous intersection as it is. People often, when they cut into Appleton, they cut, right in, they foreshorten their turn. But anyway, those are just the dangers. But I do have some concerns that Jim and Nancy also reflected on. So yeah, that's it. Sorry for the interruption.
Thank you, Cam. Dave Iverson, your hand's raised.
Yes, I think Cam has a very valid point on that end lot. And through you, Mr. Chair, to Brian, do the boys plan on parking trucks there, or are they going to be in and out?
Brian?
Hi, appreciate Campbell raising the concerns and your questions. I guess, Dave, to answer your question, this isn't going to be their primary area of operation. This is what they envision as being more of a satellite facility where they'd only make a few trips per day if necessary. And they'd be very cognizant of the concerns raised, and they want to be a good neighbor. And they have 2 people in each truck. If there was ever an issue where they needed to park, they'd have one guy get out like every other commercial truck does on the island, and they'd be aware of the people ahead of them and behind them, and they'd safely make sure the truck gets onto the property.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to suggest, and I hate to even suggest this because, I don't want to make life more difficult for them, but I would suggest if they are loading and unloading, that there is somebody at the corner of that building in front of the truck by the multi-use path to make sure that it's safe, because one of their trucks will block the view of anyone coming from the east going to the west on Bartlett Road on that multi-use path. And especially in the fall when the sun is nasty and it's hard to see, that we just want to try to make it as safe as possible. I think it's a great building for them, and I don't want to restrict their use of it. I think that's a very valid point by Campbell, and I think that it should be in our decision somehow to try to make that as safe as possible.
Sure. Megan, could you share the parking plot plan just so that we're all on the same page? I want to make sure that I'm picking up what you're putting down in terms of the spot.
It's that one spot closest to the multi-use path that concerns me, because I really do think that what Campbell said is true, is that if one of their big trucks is parked there, that no one is going to be able to see a car coming up to that corner, a kid riding his bike down that bike path heading west could, it could be a bad thing.
Sure, and that's very reasonable, and it makes sense. And they're not going to leave one of the large trucks parked there obstructing. And if someone is there temporarily parked, so they'll have an employee monitor that area.
A special permit. I hate to see them drag back in. But yeah, I just that's the only thing that really concerns me here. I think with the other 2 parking spaces, that once people get past them, there's plenty of space. But it's that one parking spot. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Just as I did before, Dave is echoing what my thoughts were. Let's just face facts right now. This might not be the first choice, the best choice for the owners, but in the island, it's very difficult to find commercial space with warehousing and in any area, let alone built already. This particular building did have light manufacturing there. There was a carpenter shop there on the first floor. So there were trucks going in there. I lived around the corner. It doesn't take away from the fact that it's a concern when there's a big truck, a moving truck, something blocking visibility. You have kids on the bike path, you have people with turning ratios. So all these points, it's coexisted with the neighborhood for, gosh, 20 years that I can remember, at least 25 years probably. We're not thinking the first and foremost is safety. So I think some of the things that Dave raised, and as well as Cam, we have to be really careful about the trucks, and if the owners know that, and having a second person and backup trucks. I know a lot of those trucks have backup beepers when they goes into reverse. So anything we can do to help with the visibility, if you don't have to extend and park there longer than you can, if it's just a drop off because it's a satellite place, we all have to be cognizant of that, and the owners have to be aware of that, and hopefully it won't cause any kind of accident, because it is, as we're saying, on a busy corner. It does block visibility, and for the owners and liability sake, they really have to be aware of that. So we're bringing it up now to point something out. As far as the parking space as well, I think Campbell brought this up, that the two parking places to the left, they might have been using as stack parking. So as it's drawn out for as the plan, they show two side by sides. It sure does look like there's enough space behind that. So if there had to be a truck that was going to be stored for a longer length of time, I would hope that they would use that stack situation to put the larger truck off the road instead of in that corner that really prevents visibility. So everyone's bringing up what we're already looking at. I think most of us are familiar with this building, and it is what it is, and it has been in existence and it's been utilized. So we're just bringing up the safety values of pointing that out now. But everybody has the same concerns. It's just nice to bring it up. Hopefully everybody's and the owners will be aware of that and do the best they can to prevent any kind of issue. Dave?
John, I've got to run in.
Yes.
5 minutes. So I want to
just
send up the warning flag.
Great. Nat?
Wow, everybody's vanishing. Yeah, just real quick, John, all the things that Dave said are accurate, and what you said is accurate. I just want to throw one piece of my 3 things that you've mentioned too, so I'll just throw one in now. Is these guys all got little cab overs, okay? Setback axles, they steer on a dime. They're going to back in on this, going in the opposite direction. So they're going to be pulling in and sort of getting on the other side of the road and backing in. That is better than what goes on now, even though the existing condition has been, whatever it's been, Mike's business hasn't been as busy in recent years, so it sort of sits there. Somebody lives in that apartment. There's not a lot going on, but the vehicles are sort of askew there, and they're always pulled in forward. So somebody's backing up into the street. That's not going to be happening now, because these guys know how to drive. They're not just random people that just, don't think about backing up. And so I think it's going to be okay. And I think, these are local kids. They're people that care. And, sure, we can get them to make sure they understand that they have to be cognizant of these issues. That bike path wasn't even there when this building was built. Okay, that's all changed. Appleton Road's a mess. That's not their fault. I could talk about Appleton Road for about an hour, so I won't be getting into that. But Appleton Road needs to get fixed one way or the other. And it has nothing to do with anybody's application. So, and I do agree that that space, Brian, shouldn't be just some big obstructed vehicle. I mean, it should be a car, something low, or nothing. And during the day, because that's when you have a problem. At night, you can see lights coming. It's a completely different thing. But in the daytime, that's a bad spot there to block. I don't think they park there. They always kind of jiggle the vehicles into the corner of the building. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen, your hand's raised.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to get into Appleton Road a little bit, Nat, just a tiny little bit. Not to
No
reflect
weeds.
on, not in the weeds, but, and not to reflect on or make it a requirement or suggest it should be a requirement of this applicant. But I would suggest that they, I believe it would be traffic safety. This area, is very odd. The stop sign's on the opposite side of the street, exiting Appleton. The walk, the bike path, sidewalk adjacent to this property bleeds into Appleton and the parking area on the opposite side. The same thing happens where road patches have occurred. Quite simply, just suggesting approach traffic safety, request that they put some, demarcate the road and the lanes. So you'll have boundary lines on the road. You'll have a divider in between. It's a confusing roadway. You pull in there. You get a lot of people driving. Some of them really don't know what the hell they're doing. I think I can say that on YouTube. So some lines would be, I think, a big help, especially if there's going to be some larger vehicles in the area. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Barry? You're muted.
Sorry. Thank you. Quickly, I concur with Steve at this point. I think it's just a quick look by them, because the other thing too you may want to consider if we're going to this length is signage along the bike path as well too, just to make sure that everything's appropriately marked where it should be. And that's it. Let's see what they have to say. Thank you.
Meg, anybody in the general audience?
Yep,
Hand
so we
raised?
have Karen Baird followed by Nancy Wilson.
Okay. Hi, we'll take Karen first. Hi, Karen, welcome.
My Zoom request. I live on Appleton. I've been here about 27 years, and that corner is very scary. This summer, twice, I had one time a bicycle hit the front of my car and the guy slid across the front of my car. And then other times you have to poke out, especially when they had that big truck that, like, the thing slid off of it and you left it for garbage. That was really obstructing the view. And so I agree completely with Barry. If we could get a stop sign on the bike path so that people know that the road is ending and could stop there. No one ever stops. They just whiz straight across. And you do have to stick your nose really far out to see. And it is a road where the traffic coming onto Appleton from the high school cuts straight across your lane, your
Yeah.
right lane.
Yeah.
They don't come in straight, they come in at an angle. And sometimes you can be pulling up there and somebody will just go like swipe right in front of you. So there's an angle problem there, and there's a stop sign problem that nobody stops at that stop sign. And I don't think they're even aware, as you pointed out, Nat, that there's an end to that bike path and that you should stop there.
Yeah.
There's lines on the ground, there's nothing. So it is already a dangerous intersection. And we have asked Mike, who has been very cooperative over the years, not to park a big truck that you can't see around. And just a few times this summer, there was just that big truck with the slide off thing in the back, and he moved that as soon as we had stopped and asked. So it's, the amount of kids and the amount of bikes on that bike path, unless you drive it every day and see it, it's really pretty busy. So I just have a lot of safety concerns about that corner and those issues. So if they could put up stop signs, that would be great, and mark the middle of Appleton. Not like there really is. The street is not wide enough, actually, but if they could put like a center line so people know to stay to your left instead of stay to your right instead of coming right into your left-hand lane, that would be terrific.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Meg?
Mr. Chairman, can I just butt in for just a second to add to Kathy's point she made?
Sure.
That I thought of something else. The sun
Oh,
is
yeah.
really bad looking to the left.
Mhm.
When
Yep.
you pull out of Appleton, you're angled to the right, like sort of natural, the way the road is shaped and how it intersects. And you have to do that whole, lean over your steering wheel kind of thing you do on Nantucket.
Yep.
So maybe some trimming of that hedge. Isn't there some shrub bushes down there that block the view a little bit? I mean, it's pretty bad
No.
the sunny days. So maybe I'm wrong about that. Okay. But the sun is bad there when you pull out. But that's, again, back to this whole existing condition issue. It's tough for us. This is a commercial lot. The building's, kind of configured in a way no one was ever thinking. It was all dirt then when this was built. People forget Bartlett Road was dirt in 1984.
Yeah.
So, and, no sewer at Somerset. We didn't need that. That was a dumb idea, right? So anyway, it's, we're sort of here now, 4 decades later going, okay, how much different is this going to be than when Mike was really busy and there were lots of people there? I don't know. But we have to be thinking about all the problems too and try to mitigate them as best we can through whatever means possible. But at the same time, the applicant, this is the type of business that we would want there if we had to choose between something that's a bunch of trucks and a business that's really cranking with all sorts of different people. This is going to be somewhat controlled. So that's good, Sorry
Thanks,
about
Nat.
that. Yeah.
I'd also like to always reiterate what Barry always says. It's a special permit. We have a chance to come and revisit this. We definitely want to get as much right as we can in the initial get-go, only because safety is the primary concern right now with this particular applicant. But if there's some way that we can tweak this to make it better, or maybe we won't have an issues. There's certain things like the sun. I agree with Nat and Karen. When you pull out of Appleton, when you look to your left, sometimes you could be blinded as you're driving down the road at night with the sun setting. It's really blinding. I used to live in Pine Valley, so that used to be my route every day. And sometimes you just really had to slow down because it was so glaring. And then I just worry that if there's a truck parked there for a long time, and then you're trying to make a left onto Appleton with the sun in front of you, a truck blocking you, it has the recipe for disaster. And we're trying to at least bring this up, open discussion about it, and see if there's other ways by talking about it, by not having a long-term parking, overnight parking with a large box truck or something. If it's used for just primarily drop-off, as they say, as being a satellite location and not the primary use, we're hoping that all of these things would lessen any kind of risk for accidents. But it's good that we talk about them because it seems like we all recognize this particular building and the problems that it faces. If you were designing this from the beginning, you wouldn't have it built up to the road. You would have a little bit easier to drive in off of the street and have plenty of parking not up against the street. So there are definitely things in a newer building you can control. This one, as I think Nat had said, that it was there before the bike path. So we're dealing with things after the fact, and it's not a win-win situation by all means, but we can only look at it the best we can and bring these up. Sorry for ranting. I think Nancy Wilson was up next. So if she's there, I'll welcome.
Thank you. My husband, Jim, joins me here, and I did write a letter to just express many of the concerns that have already been reviewed. Jim and I bought our property in 2015, and shortly after purchasing it, we were informed by the town that there was a safety issue at the corner, that we needed at our own expense to modify either the height of the shrubs or to change the garden. So we did that, with our own funds and our own labor for a couple of years, and we've beautified that corner. We have subsequently had a couple of people pull into that inadvertently because of the traffic and, just rammed right into our property. So we're really sensitive to the traffic that flows on Bartlett turning onto Appleton. We sit right on the corner. Our bedroom, we have a 2-bedroom house. Our bedroom overlooks the property in question that Curran is purchasing. We have been clients of your friend with a truck, and they've been, they were great to us when we had a long-term project where we needed to move all of our contents out of our house. So we appreciate the business he's building, and I had a conversation with him today. So I want to be supportive. We believe in island businesses and entrepreneurs on the island. So we want to be as friendly neighbors as possible. But we just, we would like some cooperation in terms of what is the flow of the traffic going to be. And I have visions, in my head, I'm hearing nonstop beeping of trucks backing in and out, to move and store furnishings in that space. But Curran assured me today this is going to be a satellite and it will not be used with great frequency. He described that it could be a couple of times a week. But earlier in this meeting, someone just referenced it could be, a couple of times a day. So that's a concern for us in terms of how much flow is going to be in and out. Because the folks that have been there, trade winds, the carpenters, they're terrific guys. They're very respectful of our property when they're moving their trucks in and out. And in terms of volume, they're just not moving in and out of the driveway all that much. And as Karen pointed out, they did have a large flatbed vehicle that they parked on the corner there, and it was a nuisance. So they kindly moved it into the bay that's closer to the neighbor at 3 Appleton. So we've all kind of coexisted since we've lived here 2015. And I just, I'm anxious about heightened congestion or traffic or safety risks, let alone noise. So, Jim, I don't know if you want to say anything.
I think my biggest concern is that corner spot where they park their big trucks, and it totally blocks your vision. Seeing the people, the kids on the bikes, the cars coming toward you, the sun in your eyes when you're turning left. It's a really, like you've all said, a really tough corner. And I think my concern was, I just don't want to see somebody parking a big old truck there right next to the bike path. That's what I'd like to really push for.
And if I just may add one more thing, our driveway is the first driveway on the right as you come onto Appleton. And it's a tight driveway because we sort of share it with the neighbor next door. But for us to back in, we have to back our car in. So you take your life in your hands when you want to do that, because the alternative is backing out of the driveway into Appleton, and that's really frightening. So what we tend to do when we use our car, we pull alongside our neighbor's driveway and then wait till it's clear and back, reverse into our driveway. So we just have to be very mindful because there is a bike path on our side of Appleton.
Thank you, Nancy and Jim. I have a question, Brian. Would your, I don't necessarily know if we can demand this, but I know there's special permits, so we have a little bit of leniency. Would your clients, or maybe you've talked to them about this, be opposed to maybe not having overnight parking in that dedicated spot that we're talking about? I know it's going to be used infrequently to unload as a satellite, but this is, we've seen their trucks, great guys, great business, but it still doesn't take away the size of the truck. And I'm just worried if it's there for an extended period of time, overnight, I know the hours of operation are going to be from 8 to 6. And then during the day, when there's hours of operations, there's going to be generally 2 people to a truck. Even if you have to back in, besides the beeper, you also have somebody getting out of the truck to, kind of, when I used to own a trucking business, it was always the same way. If you had that extra person, they jump out, hold up traffic, make sure it was safe, nobody was behind them, nobody was in front of them, et cetera, when they're backing in or setting up. But I think to eliminate a lot of the danger from the other 2/3 of the day would be if you were parking there overnight and blocking that view from 8 o'clock until 8 o'clock or 6 o'clock until 8 o'clock in the morning. So if you can eliminate that, we're not solving the problem, but we're definitely helping it. If you follow my drift, is that something that would be a consideration from your
Sure, and he's listened loud and clear to all the neighbors' concerns, and it's a valid concern. And I think the general consensus of everyone was at one spot, and he's happy to condition its use for short-term duration, where someone monitors the corner, and after that, there can be no overnight parking of a large truck there.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Brian. Nancy, I see your hand raised.
I'll lower it.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, well. Hopefully that helped a little bit. Meg, is there anyone from the general audience or public with their hand raised? I'm going up and scrolling up and down. I don't see anyone from our board.
Nope.
Okay, board members, seeing none, is there a motion? Do you feel comfortable closing the public hearing? I know, just for announcement's sake, Dave had said that he had to leave. He extended his stay for about half an hour. I appreciate that, but he did have to leave, so we're down to 4 members sitting in on this.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask Brian a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Brian, how time sensitive are we there? Are we on this? I'd like to see some, I don't know, some conditions and, time for staff to sort of talk to you about some conditions or something like that till next meeting, or do you want to try to work that out with them in the office? And, because we do have, Dave left the meeting early. I'm just trying to get a feel for it. This is going to get approved, but I'm just saying, is it important to get something done tonight and work out the conditions? Because we can do that too.
It is time sensitive, and we were hoping for a decision tonight. We've heard all the concerns. I know that spot on the corner is one, and we're more than happy.
That's a big deal.
Voluntarily
That's a big deal.
ourselves to a condition.
So, if I may, let's just look at a couple of things here, Nat. I understand the sensitivity to the time. I don't necessarily know if Dave was opposed or against. It sounded like he was more leaning towards in favor, but had concerns with safety, and as we all do.
Yeah.
Addressing what we can address. It seems like no matter what, there's not going to be elimination of the operation of business with trucks coming in and out. But we've talked about the frequency of that. It's going to be used as a satellite. So we're not going to solve that issue. There's always going to be a truck coming in and out. So number 2, I think we've addressed the minimal amount of time that they're going to be there is just going to be unloading and loading. Again, satellite frequency. This isn't their primary warehouse. So we're looking at hours of operation Monday through Saturday, 8 to 6. So we know they're already in agreement to not parking there overnight from 6 o'clock p.m. until 8 o'clock in the morning. So we've eliminated the danger of having a large vehicle there. When it is in operation, as best they can, besides the safety of the beeping of the trucks, that is a lot. It's standard now on a lot of trucks, but you also have the second person backing up. So I don't necessarily know how many more conditions and things that we're going to talk about at another meeting that would change. The building is the building. It was built, it's there. It had the use, it's been used as a manufacturing or light manufacturing carpentry. There have been a lot of vehicles going in and out, but smaller, obviously. There was a stake body or something similar to a dumpster that goes in and drops off, but so it's been addressed with larger vehicles. I just don't know what is too many more conditions where it's going to change with this right now, other than imposing that restriction on overnight parking. Did you have something to add to that, or what conditions you're thinking of, Nat? They're in excess of that?
Yeah. I mean, I think I'm more like concerned with, that space is the biggest concern that we have control of, is what I'm trying to get at. I should have said that in the outset. And I think you just said that yourself. It isn't about parking requirements. This is a different animal. I mean, this is a moving target. Somebody else would be here if it wasn't them. That's what I was trying to say earlier when Kathy was speaking, that something's going to happen here that's going to be commercial in nature, light commercial, but nonetheless, it's going to be commercial. The building, the way it's set up, the parking's in the back corner where there's no access. That's where all the space is. It's just the way the place was set up. No one was thinking about it. I think that, in being a special permit for the abutters, they need to understand that we can open the hearing and at any time when there's a serious concern. So, and as far as what, I don't remember who said, brought up traffic safety and all that. That can be looked at, and there can be recommendations. When there's stop signs on bike paths, though, that doesn't mean bike stop, but at least it's a deterrent and a warning, and maybe some striping. I believe Kathy mentioned that. She's right about the crossing over thing. That's just a sort of a Nantucket sort of thing that happens, but maybe we can get DPW to look at this with some lines to keep the vehicles sort of like a Consu spring turn there when people turn left. That might be something that could happen in the future there, but I mean, it's not like it didn't need to happen already. You know what I mean? This is just bringing attention. There's never been any kind of permitting that's been like this for this project, this place. So that's why it's all coming up now.
And Nat, a question to you. As being that
Yeah.
you may have an answer about this. When it comes to stop signs and lines on streets, isn't that the purview of the Nantucket Economic Development Commission that we were both on, but you chaired? Does that have to go through with the stop sign?
I mean, no, this is DPW traffic safety stuff. I mean, it's a mix. It's BPAC. I mean, it's recommendations to the select board ultimately. And traffic safety is, kind of, they just canceled their meeting this month as well the other day. So it's something that can happen, but it isn't going to happen through, we could have a recommendation to them for this ourselves as part of the condition, to look at this spot for improvements in striping, and you could have a coordinated review type of thing here with Steve Arsenault and Patrick and Ray, Sylvia, and the people that are involved in this stuff. So that would be my recommendation for that. But as far as this parking space goes, I don't know what kind of condition we can make other than overnight. But if there's that should be the last space something should be parked in. That would be the way I would do it. If I was in charge of this, I'd say, don't park here unless there's no other place to park, and be the first vehicle to leave if you can move it. That's how I would look at it. Other than that, that's it, really.
Thank you. Barry.
Thanks. Here's a thought for you. We're spending, I'm surprised the amount of time we're spending on it.
Yeah.
But we're trying to get it right. So I might say, instead of going through this hullabaloo with DPW and traffic safety and pulling other boards, and we generally shouldn't be deferring to other boards. But you do have a resource sitting right in that office, and that's Patrick. And I know staff looks at it as well too. So I think getting him involved in the process to delineate kind of what needs to happen there, put this on staff to get this thing straightened out. Megan, you can shoot me at any time.
Barry, the conditions that they're not looking, I mean, harmony and general purpose, with the intent, we're looking past that. Hours of operation, they've already identified. I don't think anybody has stated a negative against that. And then, it's not open to the general public for the business. So that eliminates the hourly operation of people coming and going to a degree. Obviously, the only employees will be coming with the truck. So again, if we can eliminate the overnight parking, I think to put that for staff recommendations and going through Patrick, as Nat had said, that could be worked out with staff with the expertise that we have that you just mentioned. I think that kind of locks everything up, including what you always said, it's a special permit. We can come and revisit this all the time. So when you add up all of that, I think we're on a good road here because we've addressed most of the main concerns and the safety being paramount.
So that said, two things. One, you're going to have to activate 2 alternates because now you're down to 3 regular board members.
Mm-hmm.
Second thing is I see Megan chomping at the bit there.
Well, I still want to identify Carl. He had his hand patiently raised. So,
I'm sorry. Yeah, but I'm just saying you've also got staff who wants to chat as well too. So thank you.
I was just going to recommend perhaps adding a condition to the staff recommended conditions that read something to the effect that the applicant will work with staff, primarily meaning either Patrick with the assistance of myself to mitigate any traffic safety concerns. So if there's something low impact that the applicant can do to help mitigate those concerns, I would hope that they'd be willing to comply with that. And I'm sure Patrick would be happy to help offer any advice as to that.
Okay. Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Most of the things that I was going to say were covered by Mr. Rector, Mr. Lowell, and Mr. Dell. So I'm going to defer and say it's pretty much all set from my end. Thank you.
Thank you. Meg, is there anyone else from the general public?
Mr. Chairman, could I just ask for a clarification?
Go ahead, Brian.
The applicant's fine with the condition of no overnight parking in that northern spot, and limiting it and having someone monitor it when someone is in it. And like Nad said, use it as the last spot and the first one out. But in terms of the 2 spots below it on Appleton, he'd like to have the ability to park trucks there overnight. So he can
Yes.
I'm sorry for clarification, Brian. I didn't mean those 2. I was specifically talking about the corner one.
Okay, just wanted to be clear.
Yeah, and actually in the condition 3 that I just wrote up, no overnight parking, identified corner parking space. So just for clarification, that was the point that we're making.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Awesome.
Okay. Well, at this point, I do have to activate another alternate, being that Dave left. Go ahead. Well, we already have on this one, we have.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, at this point, we're going to need to do 2. If the applicant is looking to, if this is a time sensitive, looking for a decision tonight, then I will have to activate the 2. But obviously, Brian, I'll leave it up to you. If we don't activate anybody, then we'd continue.
Sure. If you could activate 2, that'd be appreciated.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, so Abby and Stephen, I believe, are next on this.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I think it might be Carl.
Oh, okay,
That
Abby
was on
and
the
Carl.
list.
Thank you. if you're all right, we have Abby, we have Carl. I see Abby waving. Carl, are you there?
Yep.
Great. Okay, I see you waving. Great. Okay, Barry.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to preface anyways. I think we've had adequate discussion. We all understand the track of where we're at. And I don't really see the need to carry this project over for another month. I think we're pretty hammered this out.
Well,
So
I think the applicant made that aware, made us aware of that when we activated the two.
yeah,
So-
no, I understand that, but I just want to state for the record, I think we've pretty much covered the territory, and I would be challenged to find why we'd do this for another month. So with that in mind, I'd like to make a motion that we close the public hearing.
Great. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Carl second that. So Barry made the motion to close public hearing. Carl second, roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Carl,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Now on to the merits. I could help by just saying that we found, with the one finding and also what we'll look at 4 conditions right now, unless anybody wants to add, we have conditions. Number 1, the hour of operations shall be limited Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Number 2, the business shall not be open to the general public and may be utilized by staff of your friend with the truck only. Number 3, no overnight parking in the identified corner parking space. Number 4, work with staff for traffic consideration. I'll be open if anybody wants to make a motion or add to that.
I think you've done a good job, Mr. Chairman, and I'll make a motion to that effect that we include those conditions and the findings that staff have identified.
Great. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Nat. I'll have a roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Carl,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much, everyone. Brian, thank you, and thank you applicants for being patient and flexible.
Great. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Vilma Merlos, 3 Celtic Drive. Meg, if you'd like to lead us in.
Yes, so I'm bringing Ms. Merlos over as a panelist for any questions. So this application is requesting a special permit for a second driveway access. There, let me pull the plan up to give it some context. Okay, so the existing driveway access is at the end of the cul-de-sac Celtic Drive, and the proposed second curb cut would be in front of the structure, also with an entrance on Celtic Drive. So that is what is being proposed. Staff didn't give an opinion one way or the other. I just listed the findings that you would need to make in order to approve this application. And if you were to approve it, suggested conditions. But I know the applicant is in attendance. She is here with any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Meg. And I'm going to hold off appointing the 2 alternates right now, as we did in the previous. So should we go to to a vote, then I will activate. So welcome, Vilma.
Hi, I'm actually Vilma's niece. So she's my aunt. I'm in attendance for her today since she's actually on a plane.
Okay.
I will be able to answer any questions you guys have for me.
Sure. And could you just identify your name? I know you're her niece, and your address?
Jancy Merlos, and I do live on the property 3 Celtic Drive.
Great. Welcome, Jancy. Thank you very much for tonight.
Thank you.
Board members, any questions looking at the plan? Okay. Then I'll open up to the general public. Meg, is there anybody with their hands raised?
Susan Balling.
Okay, welcome, Susan.
Susan?
I see she's logged on, just not.
Seems like she's unmuted,
She is.
but now she's muted.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyone else, Meg?
I'm not seeing anybody.
Should get her back if she's there somehow.
So Meg, is that the best picture we have? Is there anything else I'm looking at, from across the street or, where it's in direct line with somebody backing up?
No, we have the aerial photograph and the altered site plan is what,
Could you just show the aerial?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you read her letter? Susan's letter?
Refresh my memory, Nat, because I'm drawing a blank. I was just there 2 days ago for a different property to look at. So I'm very familiar with the whole layout. It's that, off of my comment around the corner at the end. So across the street is where there's a building where that opening there, a lot of people park there and there's a lot of vehicles. It's not necessarily just a driveway. There actually are a lot of oversized driveways in that.
Yeah.
And I don't want to penalize someone that's doing the right thing by asking for a second driveway when maybe there are other neighbors that are just opening up the driveway and just parking there. But I would like to see if Susan is.
Her letter explains it a little bit. It's just a lot of cars.
Yeah.
Susan, try going to where it says where your microphone is and make sure you have the right device selected as your microphone. So like for mine, for example, the iMac is selected because that's the device I'm using.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not seeing anything.
Well, I'd like to see if anybody has other concerns or discussions. Obviously, the conditions and findings. I'm curious to see what Susan has to say. I think, Meg, if we can't get Susan, we might have to move on. Unless she just logs out and tries to call in.
Yep.
All right, let's move on. Meg, if she happens to tune in, just interrupt and let us know so that you've got her.
Okay.
All right, board members. We just don't know if it's a negative or positive. Just I'm curious of the concerns.
Well, you got to read her letter, John. It's in the packet. It's at the end.
I'm looking at the
okay.
packet right now, Nat,
Oh.
and don't see that. I have the updated, I have Surfside. Could you, Meg, could you forward that
It's
particular letter? Because I don't have it.
page 12, the little letter at the end, under the abutters notices. Sorry, John, I didn't mean to say you didn't look.
No,
Sorry.
no. I went through everything, Matt. I really don't have this. I don't know why.
I mean,
Mhm.
this, what I was thinking, I'm looking at the lot, the layout of the land and the way that property line is the issue across this, where their existing parking is now.
Sure.
It looks to me like they don't own the land in that little, like, I don't know how to explain what I'm saying, that little spot there.
Mhm.
Where they see the blue line at the angle there. There's
The
all that, like,
85.96 with the designated
funky
lot.
little-
Yeah.
the funky little thing there, they have like tons of room for lots of parking if they didn't have that little jog that's sort of wasted land. They should be doing some sort of a, you know,
Acquisition.
some sort of a, yeah, exactly. Couldn't think of the word.
Well, I guess the question you bring up, Nat, is if, you know, looking at the lot, if they own that lot and they own that triangle, or if we're looking to approve parking for a second driveway that cuts across someone else's lot line.
No, I see that. I'm just saying that where they want to put it is their land. I'm talking about the existing parking they have and the way it's configured. There's all that like wasted space, you know, up to the street there, that if there was some sort of a way that they could have some sort of a conveyance and exchange of land somehow to fix that, because there's lots of parking right across from the other people's parking, which is good.
It's a little clearer when I go into GIS as opposed to the
Right.
area photo.
Yeah, you see what I mean? That all that land there is kind of, it's sort of like the Islander and Pasaros. You know, all that hedge and all that no stuff makes everything not work, you know.
So the proposed second curb cut, now I'm looking at that, that's they have it for 21.7 feet. Going to the corner of the house, it looks like. Even if it's all Belgian block, if you look at that 20 feet to the stoop, we have to really consider anybody parking there is always going to be pulling in or backing out, or when they park, they're going to be backing in and then pulling out in the morning or whatever. But they're showing 18 feet in red, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, Meg, when we're looking at proposed parking, what are we looking at? 9 by 20? So we're not even at we're at almost at we'd have to consider compact parking there. It's a curb cut without a true definition of a regular car.
Right, so a standard parking spot is a 9 by 20. There's an allowance of 1 7 by 17 by right per lot. There is a provision that allows 2 side-by-side parking. And in addition, as a part of this permit, the board can grant a waiver of the parking requirement, if you so chose to do so.
So I was over that. There's privet all there that you look through. They're obviously going to take down the privet. They're going to put Belgian block there, and they're going to be pulling in and pulling out, whatever, or backing in and backing out. And there's not going to be a legitimate spot unless we make it a waiver or make it a compact.
We do have Linda Williams as a member of the public with her hand raised, just so you're aware.
Well, then invite Linda on. We're still at that stage. Hi, Linda, welcome.
Hey, I do rep the next door neighbor. I just got in the house from the school after December delight dissemination. And she can't get on. Susan Bolling owns the property at
Yes.
1 Celtic.
Mhm.
And she objects strenuously to this because there's about 50 people living in that house now. They park all over the place. They don't even park in the one driveway they do have, and they have multiple cars. It's a very small lot. This isn't a very large lot area. And to give them 2 curb cuts so they can continue to park 50 cars over there is not something she wants to have happen right next to her property. I believe is it a duplex or a single family dwelling next to her
It
house?
says a 2-story duplex.
Yeah, a lot of them in there are duplexes,
Mhm.
but there's already overburdening the road. It's already cars everywhere. And to give them another curb cut, she's strenuously objecting to it. She just can't get on to have the conversation with you directly. So I ran in the house and got on.
Thank you, Linda. Well, I don't want to get delayed with this. Obviously, board members, you have an opinion about it. I'll start it off. I'm not, yes, Barry, if you want.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 to Megan, if you don't mind. Megan, how many bedrooms total?
I'm not sure. That wasn't a requirement of the application. Maybe Ms.
No,
Marlowe.
I'm just trying to get a sense of this property. And so how many, you see where I'm going to track to is how many parking spaces required?
I see. Okay, let me I could pull the property card if you bear with
So
me.
I'm sorry to have to do this, but
Okay.
because my penultimate question is let me understand why are we doing this?
Well, we do have someone here for the applicant, Jancy. Maybe Jancy can answer, being that she does live in the residence.
But I just like to get my.
It's R5, which means 1 per bedroom is required under the zoning bylaw. And it says that there is according to the GIS assessor's card,
Yes,
there's
ma'am.
a total of 8 bedrooms. So that means the total of 8 parking spaces are required.
Correct. Okay. And how many can we see on the site that's delineated?
In the
There-
original.
Let's see.
I don't know if you can tell just by looking at it.
On the aerial, you can see kind of proportionally where the cars are and how many would fit. But from the proposed curb cut, that lot plan, you can't really tell how many cars are in that driving area.
It's
If it's 100 well, it's hard to tell. I don't have a scaled ruler, so.
yeah, no, I understand.
No,
It's
if it-
I'm asking,
assuming it's 80 feet, half of this, the length of, because it says that the property is roughly 160
Mhm.
feet in
Right, right.
length. This appears to be roughly half, which if it's about 80 feet, you should, by that logic, be able to fit 8 vehicles parked head in this way. But if this is not part of their property to back out, turn around, I think this left-hand portion can become a little bit complicated. So without a surveyor delineating exact parking spaces with turning radiuses and whatnot, it's really difficult to determine.
yeah. So I mean, because it begs the question of how did it get through the approval process, to where it is. You see where I'm tracking.
Right, how, yeah.
Somewhere there is a decision made when this was done, and it would have identified how many parking spaces or if there were waivers of parking spaces. And I'm not hearing any of that. So it goes back to my question of the why. I just, I got to admit, I'm not the biggest fan of additional curb cuts here. So, and that's been pretty consistent throughout my years on the board.
I guess my concern is I'm not loving the second curb cut. I'm not loving the size. I'm not loving the safety of it backing out. When you're pulling in, you're obviously backing out. And if there's 2 cars next to each other, you're backing out and one's blocking the view of the other. So there's a lot of negatives to this. Plus it's not even the legitimate size. My biggest, on the opposite, I do have a concern when you're looking at so many people in there. without this, yeah, they are going to be parking on the street. We can't control that. They're going to have to be complaints and the police and whatever, and that's not up to us. But it's also one of those catch-22s. If you don't build it, this is a way to get 2 cars off the street instead of parking all over the place, because they're still going to be there. And we don't have any control if there's 20 people living there, 30 people, 40 people, or 2 people. This is a potential way to get 2 cars off the street. So it's one of those catch-22s, and I'm not the neighbor. I don't want to, I appreciate and have respect for the neighbor, Susan Balling to the right, that she's not in favor of this, and it's just not a great plan any way you slice it.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, can I just bring up something? Oh, Barry, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, well, the plan in front of us is from 2005.
Mm-hmm.
They're taking that's Chip Hart's plan, and they're just using it to draw in that curb cut, which is fine. But normally, second curb cuts, they rise to a little bit bigger level, and we've been through murder with one little dinky car, space in town. I mean, we get hammered with these things, and they go through quite a process. And this one here is really an unfortunate existing condition issue, similar to the last hearing, for different reasons. The way that property is, that triangle thing is like the problem. Like, if that was a square, there'd be a lot of parking. We wouldn't need any of this. So we're trying to just throw 2 spaces over there because the other part doesn't really work, which I can understand that. But I don't know really the answer. I just know that if you could take this land and just make it what you wanted with a pencil, you'd have that triangle fixed. The land, there should be a conveyance that tip of that triangle should be the neighbor's land. And the other part should be the 3 Celtics lands, and it would be square. That's what should happen somehow. Just saying.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Barry.
I'm sorry. Let me throw it back for a second. I don't know if the alternates have anything they want to say.
Well, also the applicant, the representative Jancy has her hand up, so I'd like to hear from her.
Then I definitely, yes, please.
Okay.
Can see that. Thank
Great.
you.
Meg, could you put Yancy or Jancy on, please?
She's on as a panelist. She just has to unmute.
Okay. Hi, Jancy.
Hi. I know you said however many people that live in here is none of your worries, but what our neighbor said is completely untrue. There's not even close to 20 people living in either side of and the parking space how my aunt explained it to me would be used is so our neighbors led the other side of the duplex wouldn't have to ask anyone to pull out so they can pull out at the same time. Because of how the parking lot is arranged, it's hard for anyone to park so they can get out on their own. They have to either ask someone else or move the car themselves and then move their own car out. So it'd be easy for our neighbors just to get out by themselves instead of having to ask everyone to move their car.
Thank you.
Can I just through you,
ahead,
Mr.
Nat.
Chairman?
Sure.
Jancy, since you have a lot of knowledge about this, I can just tell by what you said. Have you had any discussions with your neighbor about, reconfiguring and doing a conveyance and changing the property lines? And there's a way to do that. We do it all the time. We did it once tonight. To make that a more lay out this parking better, so the land is not wasted and utilized incorrectly. Has there been any kind of conversation with a surveyor? If you had a surveyor working for both of you, they would be able to figure that out in about an hour. Just thought I'd ask that.
Our neighbor is the house is company housing. It's Atlantic's housing, so it's a bunch of.
I was just there the other day. They're doing a ton of work over there.
Yeah,
and they're
so
going to be doing the same thing.
they don't even have enough parking for their cars. Like the way they park is sort of like the same way we park, where one has to pull out so the others can pull out as well.
You're answering my question now.
I don't
Because
think,
you both have the same problem, or they
Yeah.
will have the same problem because of the way that land is set up. That's all I'm saying.
yeah.
I look at things from a helicopter. I like to get rid of the lot lines and look at things from like a realistic point. Like it was all built at the same time and everybody was on the same page. But that's what we deal with the fallout of this. We like Pine Tree and Marianne, same stuff. We haven't done that in a while, but it's the same situations. And it's like we're fixing old problems in one meeting, and that is not possible. So that's why I'm asking you these questions. So I don't want you to, we want the right thing for you. We want the right thing for Susan, and we want the right thing for the next place. But what John mentioned at the beginning of the meeting about that parking across the street at number, I'm assuming that's number 10 or 12 for that house, because 8 is on the corner. I know that house.
12, I believe it is, Nat.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
parking, that, if you had parking across from them in sort of laid out in a square, you guys wouldn't even be here. You'd be all set. Everybody be all set. But we're kind of trying to jiggle this around because of the way the land is set up. And I think it would be in both interests of you and Atlantic, since they're doing all this work over there. They just blew the place up on the left side of the house. There's lots of room for improvement and cohesion between the two neighbors. Keep all the cars right where they are, just make it better.
Is this, I think I'll ask this, is this time sensitive? Is it something that we're really looking for a vote? Because there's a lot of questions about this. Maybe Jancy, is this something that is just trying to clean up things and make it easier? Is this something that might take a little bit more thought to come up with a better plan, working with the neighbors, that we would be able to discuss it at a future meeting?
My aunt wasn't completely clear with me on that part. She just explained to me what it like, if you guys had any questions, what would be the answers. But her main problem is just like she wants the other side of our duplex, just those cars to get off the street, because I know it is harder for other people to get by, but it's just difficult since my aunt has 3 cars, and then her oldest daughter also has a car, so that's just 4 cars themselves. So and then the neighbors, they have 2 cars, so just that is 6, and it's hard for everyone to pull out or get in to their parking lots in our lot. So that was just the main concern. She wanted those cars to be parking off the street, because I know it does bother the neighbors that they are on the street.
Good, thank you. Stephen, you've been patiently waiting. I'll let you speak. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Nat, through Mr. Chair, I appreciate Nat's, long-term vision here. I think ultimately, though, it is long-term. I think some of the idea here is probably going to be a reconfiguration of the land involving 2 lots. It might involve the public, the right of way, the public right of way. There's not necessarily a lot of lifting, but a lot of planning involved. It also doesn't appear as though there's any support or much support for a second curb cut. If there were, my suggestion would be that it moves as far to the northeast, which is to say the right of the front of the house as you're facing it, as possible. I'd also suggest the applicant consider, as an alternative, is abandoning the concept of the second access, utilize the area on the southwest portion, which is the left portion of the house, remove the privet to make that front area accessible from the driveway area. There's plenty of room to get in there, pull in back into 2 spots. You still got room as it's laid out here. I'm doing a little post-it on the screen magic for measuring for 8 vehicles in the existing lot. I'm not suggesting this is a long-term solution, but as a short-term solution until a long-term solution can be had. And I would suggest that regardless of any other activity, a reasonably accurate site plan showing the existing parking would be submitted. I'm not suggesting it needs to be a survey drawing, but it should be, scale drawing. It wouldn't be hard to do. The lot lines are established. It appears the southwestern portion of the parking area has plant material that follows the lot line. The house is on the other side. You can measure that out. I just think it'd be a little bit easier for planning purposes. Hopefully that's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Barry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a few things, we can't condition this application before us on the possibility of some type of land acquisition or swap or whatever. It is what it is before us at this point. And this is what you're faced with. I think what would help is to validate the number of parking spaces that are available on the current site. Okay. We've established that, and again, we can reestablish that it's 8 bedrooms total. Therefore, 8 spaces are granted to the house. It's to the duplex itself. And if they choose to have more cars, well, that's something they're going to have to figure out. Again, I think, and I don't know if this has happened. I'd like to think it did. It'll give hopefully staff can review the initial application and just see if there's any waivers or anything that was done, because somehow this passed through the board at one point. And if there were waivers, great. If there's not, then that's what it is. And then alas, I think we've heard from the applicant about what it is they want to do with those spaces, but based upon that alone, I think there's a number of flags coming up. So realistically, I would like to give this 1 month. I hate delaying this because I'd just like to be done with it. But give it 1 month. Let's get a little additional research so we have our facts all together here at this point. And then as a board, we can make that decision. So that's the direction I'd like to head, because I don't think we're going to get any further tonight with this. I think we've exhausted everything. I hear reticence from the board about wanting to proceed ahead. Let's get our facts together. Let's make sure the applicant understands what they can and can't do and have to do in the process. And, the only other thing I want to say is that if the neighbors are having concern with the area being saturated, both with people and with cars, I would hope to God that they're doing all the right things through the boards that can take care of it, like the Board of Health or Police Department. Okay, because that's the only way enforcement action happens if that's the case. This is not the enforcement board. So I just want to get that out there, and I know we none of us want to do that. We all want to try to be good neighbors here, but so there you go. And
Well, I think, Barry, if I may, I don't see any other hands raised from the board members. What you're saying is you'd prefer continuance for a month. I'm not inclined to disagree, only because right now with that way it's drawn and the size and where it is, and I would be inclined to not pass it. So if there's something that could be worked out and something different not to deny the second curb cut, if there's something working with the neighbors, an engineer, a surveyor, plans or something like that, give at least a month to try and put something together, might be reasonable.
And thank you.
And can I add, and John's right. Barry and John are right. Yeah. I'm sorry, Barry, I didn't mean to talk over you, but John said capped off what you said exactly right. And I would even add one more little nugget. They need to have some kind of representation, whether it be, a surveyor like Paul by himself. It doesn't have to be an attorney, but you got to have, somebody that's a professional that understands all these things we're saying. because we're like right now having a meeting amongst the planning board right now. We need to be able to have the applicant have good representation that understands the stuff we're talking about and the process. Nobody is saying that they can't get more parking, but the second curb cut is not the same thing as fixing the primary parking area. It's a different hurdle. It's a special permit. And there's also the issue of that whole, precedent issue that comes up once in a while. John, I think you kind of alluded to that earlier.
Many times.
So go ahead, Barry. Sorry, I didn't mean to walk over you like that.
I just wanted, I think there's a gentler solution here, strangely enough, is, have Vilma or Yancey go in. If they haven't, chat with staff. Staff is very good about advising them for what their options are. I don't want them walking away from this meeting feeling like they're compelled to have an engineer. But staff can, and I'm sorry, I hate to put that on you, Megan, but staff, that's part of their function there, is to help guide the public in that process somewhat, not to act as the engineer, but at least help them to understand what all those different options are to be able to do it, and grant them access to files and whatever else. So thanks.
Meg, your hand's raised.
No, I was just gonna say Linda's actually had her hand raised for quite some time, if you were taking more public comments.
Go ahead, Linda.
Just to clarify, this is a private road. So nobody has jurisdiction except those who have rights in that road to enforce any parking on the street or off the street. So the cops aren't coming in to enforce anything when they block the road, number one. Number two, if you try to readjust, because I remember this subdivision from a long, long time ago. And when it was done, if you tried to reorganize that triangle on that left southwest side, you can't, because the way they ran the frontage in there was crazy. So I suggest you see the entire, which I assume will come up in the next month. So you're giving them a month to look at the whole subdivision. If you tried to straighten out that crazy triangle, you take the frontage away from the Lindsay's lot entirely.
Well, Linda, sorry to interrupt, but we're not looking for them to do anything that legally they couldn't do.
It needs to be an easement then.
Yeah.
There's a
Well,
way
you
to do
can't, because then they have no, can I just, I'm just going to finish. You can't do that because then they have no parking. So it's a little crazy down at that end, because the one even beyond that has only about 20 feet of frontage. And then you've got the other two on, as you mentioned, 10 and 12, which doesn't have any parking entirely on their own property. So you really need to take a look at how nutso this whole subdivision is. But that
it might be
place where
true,
they want
Linda.
to put that.
It may be true, but you're not making a very good case for your neighbor to the right, because you're almost saying that
she has
by
parking
the left side with the corner and not trying to come up with an alternative situation to make it better. You're almost forcing us to consider going to the right side where there's parking or potential
there is
for
no
parking. So
parking.
you're not helping your neighbor by what you're stating. What we're trying to do is keep the parking on the left-hand side where there's more room to work with, and maybe potentially work with the neighbor. So that's what we're looking
We're happy
to do.
with that.
We're not trying to solve this tonight. We're asking maybe the applicant comes to staff, look at alternatives, maybe work with a surveyor engineer, see if there's a possible way to work out something. So I think at some point we just have to let it go and see it next month to see if there's a potential for improvement. That's all.
If it was only allowed to have 6 bedrooms total, that also plays into where we are now when GIS says it's 8, which is 8 spaces as opposed to 6 spaces. 6 spaces may be entirely possible. So I think that needs to be looked into as well when it was originally approved.
And
but also when it was originally approved, the
Mhm.
parking calculation was different. So I know you want to go back and find out how this all got here in the first place. But when the duplex was built, the parking calculation was less onerous than it is now. So there was a lot of things at play when that duplex was built. The other duplexes were built in there on that side of the street. It was an entirely different parking calculation. But
So I think you're in agreement, Linda.
parking.
Not to beat a dead horse, but I think you're in agreement by continuing this for a month. Those questions
Absolutely.
and many others could be worked and answered. So with that, we
Mr.
have not
Chairman?
signed any special, we have not signed any alternates, as of now. So with that, I'd go to the board and entertain a motion to continue until January.
Mr. Chairman, for the sake of fact finding and getting everything straight, I'll make a motion that we continue to our next meeting.
Nat, is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry to continue second to January 9th, seconded by Nat. Roll call. Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Great. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Janice. And we'll see you or your aunt next month. And I
to be
strongly
noted-
advise suggesting having your aunt see the staff at the Plus building to get some ideas.
Yeah. And to be noted, I didn't say RC2 zoning once during that whole entire conversation. So I've refrained myself over the years. Thank you.
Now you did, Nat.
Well, it's
Okay.
over now.
Moving on.
Next.
We are, I believe, since we continued the last one, we're our last one right now, the Westmore Club, 105 Westchester Street, 109 Westchester Street, and 10 Westmore Lane, representing Paul Santos. I think I saw your name still here, Paul. Welcome. Meg, if you'd like to lead us in or introduce. I see Stephen Cohen's here as well.
Yep, I think either Paul or Steven can do that. But before they begin, is there anyone else I should be bringing over as a panelist from your team, or the two of you is all right?
It's just two of us, but I think Dan Bailey is representing some of Butters if you want to bring him in.
Okay.
And Stephen and Paul, I'd like to state what we've done the previous two applicants. Right now, we have not assigned any of the alternates because we will be adding two. We have 3 full sitting members right now to hear. So we'll leave it up to you as we talk about this, where we stand at the end of discussion. If you'd like us to activate 2 for a decision, which way we're going, or if you'd like to continue and get our other 2 members back for the next meeting.
Yeah, I can answer that now. There's no way we're going to end tonight. So
great. That makes it easy. All right. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thanks, John.
Go ahead whenever anyone's ready to present.
Okay. Thank you. On behalf of the applicant, this is Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors. So this is a special permit application for a modification to the MCD permit for the Westmore Club. This last modification occurred approximately 2 to 3 years ago. We came before the board and sought permission to build the 2 dormitories, expanded the courts, basically all occurring along the Westchester Street or southerly portion of the Westmore Club property. The property, as you all know, is between Cliff Road and Westchester Street. Makes up approximately 14 acres, and it consists of 4 separate parcels owned by Westmore Club LLC and Dukester LLC. So the application before you tonight is essentially, for all practical purposes, for 2 separate items. One being a maintenance garage and the other being a cottage with an accessory garage and small maintenance building, both on different portions of the site. The maintenance garage occurs on the southerly portion of the site adjacent to Westchester Street. The cottage occurs on the northerly portion of the site, essentially in the location of what we refer to as the Field of Dreams. With the chair's permission, I'd like to maybe start with the maintenance garage component of the application. And then if we could then have discussion on that particular item and then move on to the cottage, whereas the majority of the abutter correspondence and also the letters the board has received seem to focus more on the cottage component. So I'd like to present it that way rather than present the whole thing and then have a discussion on that. That's up to the chair. If that's okay with you, that's what I would prefer to do.
I have no objection to that, Paul. Let's simplify and focus on one at a time. So let's start with the garage.
Perfect. Thank you. So the maintenance garage component of the application, the applicant is seeking permission to construct a new structure within an existing developed portion of the site currently occupied by maintenance activity, albeit outdoor and unenclosed, in order to upgrade and consolidate maintenance activity on the subject property while enclosing storage for the club's maintenance equipment. The ground cover of the proposed garage is 1,375 square feet. The location occurs essentially along the southern portion of the site by the Westchester Street area. It is bounded on the east by the Westmore Farms subdivision, although there is no direct abutter to the maintenance garage itself, as the abutter in that area is the Westmore Farm, the old Westmore Farm Road entrance into the subdivision. So that particular property line, the property line between the Westmore Club and Old Westmore Farm, is actually the edge of the road layout. So what we're proposing to do there is take an area that's essentially already developed and construct this freestanding maintenance building within that particular area. This area has infrastructure, both sewer, water, and power. The maintenance building would be connected to all of those, basically all contained within the existing Westmore Club property. Maintenance garage would be tied to a fourth main sewer system. Because it's a garage commercial entity, we would have a gas, oil, sand interceptor to handle the floor drains. That would then ultimately be tied into the system also. As part of the recent upgrade for the dormitories and the courts, we had expanded the drainage system on site, and the maintenance building would be connected into that existing, or what is now an existing system. When we look at both the maintenance garage and the proposed cottage and the overall component of the club, the proposal we're asking for tonight, or the amendment we're asking for tonight, would bring the total ground cover ratio of the club to 6.1% in a zone that allows 12.5%. By way of reference, the club is a major commercial development located within the R20 zoning district. The original special permit decision, which is 3603, was originally dated on March 29th, 2004. So essentially that's when the club itself first came to the planning board and the initial work was complete at that time. Been a number of modifications that a number of boards have seen now, but this board has dealt with at least 2 or 3 that I can think of over the past few years. That's essentially the proposal for the maintenance garage. Under the last MCD, we did have a maintenance garage depicted on the site plan that was essentially parallel to Westchester Street. Our intent would be to keep the approval for that particular building, while understanding that we probably would not utilize it as a maintenance, and we'd come back at a later time to gain approval for a different or specified use for that building footprint that was previously approved. So that was approved to the south of the proposed tennis courts, and that maintenance building's been shown on, I believe, every MCD amendment since approximately 2007 or 2008. It just has yet been constructed. So that's the component, the first component of the application, which is essentially the replacement maintenance building to get some of the equipment for the club contained on the inside of the dwelling or the maintenance building, and kind of consolidate some of the maintenance activity indoors that is somehow occurring in the exterior portion of the site. Happy to answer any questions that the commission or any of the abutters may have with regard to that component of the application.
Thank you, Paul. Board members, before we open it up, any questions to Paul? We're really talking about the garage at this point, not the cottage residence. Paul, in the plan there, I did see just 7 spaces removed, 5 spaces added. So just with that note, are we getting rid of 2 spaces?
Well, the garage bay has 3 overhead doors. So, essentially we're looking at, spaces within the maintenance building also. I mean, there are 3 bay garage.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're adding the 5 along the recently constructed driveway.
Right. New parking. Okay. Well, seeing, Barry, go ahead before we open it up. Sure.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Santos. So just to make sure I understood exactly what you said, is you're planning on constructing a new garage maintenance, and the pre-existing one that you've had as part of the site plan or on the ground is going to become something else, but we don't know what that is?
Well, we have a, go ahead, sorry, Barry, go ahead.
No, please. I just want to be clear about what I heard and kind of what's going on.
Okay.
Please.
So we have a, what's depicted as a maintenance building approved along essentially 30 feet off of the Westchester Street line. That's been on every site plan we've submitted, I think, since 2007. And it was only on the last plan we did when we did the dormitories and the expanded courts. The intent would be that if this maintenance building shown here is approved, it's more internal to the site. It's not along the Westchester Street side. We would then probably occupy that area that was previously designated as a maintenance building as some other use. Acknowledging, though, that we'd have to come back, and that would be a separate, but it's not part of this application. We would come back to amend the permit again to clarify what we would specify to be used in that basically footprint area we had previously approved.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just piggyback. Yeah, I think the key point there is that we're not trying to get any approval for the use of that building at this meeting, but we're trying to be transparent about 2 things, which is that 1, we're not abandoning its use, and 2, that use might change because now the maintenance is going to be in this building. But what we'd expect the commission to put in a decision is that because the time period for that building has expired anyway, that any construction of that building would require future relief or approval from the board. So it's just about disclosure at this point, not about trying to get permission for anything at this point.
Yeah, no, I thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate that. I hear you, and I can understand wanting to internalize operations further into the site, but I'm going to tell you right now, as one person, I'm raising a lot of question marks about what's going to happen with the other thing.
Yeah.
In the interest of full transparency.
Yeah, there's no plan for that at this point, and any plan for it would come back to the board. So your concerns are well founded, but premature.
I understand that, but I think I'm better to broadcast this to you now.
Absolutely.
Much later on, when we're at a different phase of things. So you're not required to reveal the cards in the deck.
Yeah.
But I've got to also be sitting at the table trying to decipher who's playing what cards at the table. So, thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
Daniel Bailey, your hand is raised. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly, want to make a point, and Dan Bailey from the Boston law firm Pierce Atwood. I'm representing 6 different neighboring property owners, and I'll when we get to the house, I'll detail who those people are and where they are, those types of things. But I just wanted to echo a little bit of what Mr. Rector was saying, which is, and something that's a source of frustration for my clients, which is this was a master planned MCD done 18 years ago that is now up for a 9th amendment. And yeah, I agree. Mr. Cohen's absolutely correct. They can't come back and do that building that they haven't built without getting a further amendment. But there's a planning, and I can't find the right word, but there's a planning notion here for an MCD. And it just doesn't seem right that they're coming back every couple of 3 years with another modification. Again, I'll get into this a little bit more when I speak to the House, but a very big part of the underpinning, I went back and read all of the original permit and all of the modification, and part of the underpinning to allow a major commercial development in an R20 zoning district was the amount of open space and setbacks that were provided, which have been pinched down considerably over time as this project has expanded. So we don't have any real per se objection to the maintenance facility. What we have an objection to is the constant, amplification of the intensity of the uses here. And I'll save the rest of my comments for later. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Barry? No, your hand's just up still?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
It's on a different place on the screen.
Full transparency. I echo Barry's concern, Stephen. This is, as Dan stated, the 9th time. I understand, there's allowable 12.5% ground cover. Only 6.1 has been taken. And with this particular application, it looks like we're going to do a little numbers game. We're going to remove something, add something, and then have something for the future, which is the mystery box. We don't know what that's going to be. And when we look at something like this with all the approvals that we've given in the past and considerations and everything from parties to tents to functions, and we look at it from a big picture, how it's going to affect obviously the neighbors who are the direct abutters and everything from noise to music. And so if we had any indication of what the future would bring, it's always helpful to tell us so that we're not put in a position later on, if we're here to help too, to kind of mediate between the neighbors and the applicant. So any help now is going to be helping everyone in the future. So good point, Barry, that you brought up, and I echo that. So with that, let's open it up to the general public, see if anyone else and neighbors have some questions.
Meg's got her hand raised.
No, I was just going to say, I didn't know if you already opened it up since Dan spoke, but we have Virginia Chase also with her hand raised.
Okay.
So
Virginia, welcome.
Thank you. I live next door at 117 West Chester Street, and it's true that we've had a lot of applications and proposals that we've had to go to these meetings over the past few years. It's very tedious, especially at Christmas time. But now the maintenance building, what is it going to look like from West Chester Street? How tall is it? Is it 2 stories? I mean, is it going to be hidden behind the cottages that are there? Or is it going to stand out, loom over them? And there are already 2 maintenance buildings opposite where they propose to build this building. And I don't really see why they have to build another maintenance building, especially one which I think is going to be rather large.
Stephen, do you care to comment on that? Do you have any knowledge of that?
Yeah, I believe it's only a one-story building and that it's, again, replacing exterior equipment and materials at the moment. So I would hope that the neighbor would appreciate that this building is designed to limit the visual impact and to reduce the noise and those kind of things. It's not creating a new activity there. It's taking essentially an exterior activity and cleaning it up. That's our goal. So,
Stephen, is this the proposed 578 square foot garage maintenance building? Just to give a size, I'm looking at one of the plans. I see proposed garage maintenance ground cover 578 square feet.
Oh, is that the right one or is that the other one?
No. This one is 1375.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
1375.
Yeah. And it's actually like a 1.5 story with an attic. It's got the first floor with an attic storage area, basically.
Okay, I mean, the maintenance building with the parking that we said, the 4 parking spaces right to the left. Okay.
So, it's got garage bays and that space.
Excuse me, you might assume that the neighbors would like to have this built so that the construction vehicles wouldn't be seen, but you are assuming wrong. The neighbors want nothing else built on this property. It's been so much and we really it's overkill. Don't assume what the neighbors want.
Well, thank you, Virginia. That's why you're here to voice your opinion and we do appreciate it.
Sure. Just to respond, I mean, whether Ms. Chase wants it or not isn't necessarily the point. I mean, I would hope that she would see the benefit. I appreciate that she doesn't want more structure, that zero structure is better from her perspective. But the other thing is that, because the club is a, long-term facility, keeping stuff inside is important as opposed to having it outside. And, again, a lot of the materials and equipment that would be in here are better off being inside than outside. But again, it's mostly dead storage and maintenance and activities that would be more obtrusive if they were outside than inside.
Meg, is there anyone else with their hand raised from the general public?
Virginia has her hand raised again, Francis Farrell and Christian. I don't know if it's Mills or Miles.
Okay, I'll let's I want to give somebody else a chance to speak,
Okay,
and maybe
so
that
we'll
will
go-
answer some of the concerns that Virginia has in the process. So the next person, is that Francis?
Yep, so we'll go Francis followed by Christian.
Okay. Hi, Francis, welcome.
He's on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome, Francis. How are you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier, Mr. Santos said he was going to split this presentation, garage and house, and I've come at this at a point, I'm not quite sure. Has the house, the cottage been introduced yet? Because that's where my comments lie.
It has not. We're still on the maintenance building.
Okay. I beg your pardon. I'm going to hold off.
That's all right. Thank you very much. Okay, Meg, next.
Christian?
Welcome, Christian.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I'm sorry, Christian, could you just state your address as well? Is this Christian Miles?
It is. It's Christian Miles, 8 Crooked Lane.
Thank you.
All right. I just wanted to second Virginia Chase's comments about the intensity of use, and I'm intrigued that Mr. Bailey is also speaking about that point. So my question about this is how tall? You're saying it's 1.5 stories. Is that 20 feet tall? Is it going to be a tilt-up concrete? What are we looking at? I mean, is this going to have, how unsightly will this be?
Paul, do we have a particular design other than just an aerial with the ground cover and knowing that it's a story and a half? Has there been plans with the actual elevation to show that?
Yeah, I've got a preliminary plan. I'm just bringing that up right now.
Okay.
So it's shown as a one and basically a half story with a attic storage. It shows from grade to the peak approximately 24 feet.
Great, thank you.
So just as an aside, and I know this will be perhaps a point for Mr. Farrell later on, and certainly is for Ms. Chase and myself, which is that 24 feet at a pretty close to the property line, especially on the east side. So this owner, the club, is putting up a 24-foot high structure very close to the property line, 14 feet away. That's already elevated, that property line, over the old Westmore Farm Road. And it's going to be unsightly for all of those single-family housing owners over on Old West Farm Road. I'm sure Mr. Bailey will speak on that in a moment. It just strikes me that this is another example of somewhat of the indifference we seem to feel as neighbors to the owners' interest in putting developments, new, greater density on this site, right on the property lines that are not attractive to the neighbors.
Thank you, Christian. I will say that obviously the planning board doesn't have the jurisdiction as to the design, what would be approved with the HDC for construction. We do have some control as far as where it's situated and how we could potentially impose landscaping restrictions to shield it or make it less noticeable from neighbors, depending on the location. But we do hear what you're saying, and we're not overlooking that. We take that to heart. So we do think about that in any kind of decision that we make. We appreciate you coming on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Meg, is there anyone else? Does Virginia still have her hand raised?
Yes.
Okay. I'll hear from Virginia.
I'm through. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia. Barry, your hand's up.
Just real quickly, to either Steve or Paul, and probably it's going to be Paul. Paul, can you just compare the dimensions between the pre-existing that you were going to do and what we're going to do here? Length, width, height?
That's not an easy one to get to, Barry, but
I'm sorry. Okay, so all right,
Barry, I would estimate that the other building is like 3 times bigger. I don't know if Paul can pull that out, but it was a very large building.
So the old one's bigger than the new one, is what you're
Paul. The one that we're not building is likely 3 times larger, if not bigger. And Paul can pull that number, but I was involved in the permitting of that building a long time ago, and the size of it was an issue at that point. So
to hear you correctly, you're downscaling, right?
Substantially, yeah.
Okay, all right. Now that's okay. That's fair game. That helps me just understand again with just the compare and contrast part. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to follow up on the chair's point about screening, obviously those kind of conditions are entirely acceptable to the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no questions from the board on this particular matter, as far as the garage and maintenance, no other public, before I know we have Francis waiting for the cottage, I suggest that we move into the second portion of it, the cottage. So Paul, if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. So The second component of the application, obviously, is the cottage. It's been, I think, the focus of more of the abutter concerns and correspondence to the staff and to the board. So what the applicant is proposing to do is we're talking about the northerly portion of the site. This is essentially what's known as the Field of Dreams, which is to the north and east of the grass, croquet, and tennis courts, which is easterly of the clubhouse area. Applicant is seeking permission to construct a new structure, essentially a single-family dwelling, on the easterly portion of the property adjacent to the Field of Dreams. The intent is to provide a residence for senior club management that will not be used as a staff dormitory. The ground cover of the proposed cottage is 2,250 plus or minus square feet. And access to the cottage would be via a newly constructed driveway extending from Westmore Lane and connecting to an existing service road that is now drivable to the north side of the grass, croquet, tennis courts. Currently, you can gain access to this site via south of the clubhouse area through a winding dirt drive that works your way behind the clubhouse to the north property line in a easterly direction to the backside of the existing croquet and tennis courts. You could go out there tomorrow, get in a vehicle and drive to the site where the dwelling is proposed. They are, however, proposing to eliminate the drive from the southerly of the clubhouse and construct a just 12-foot wide driveway that would connect from where the existing driveway turns to a southern direction and would run to Westmore Lane. That driveway area is adjacent to the Farrell property, adjacent to and it's also adjacent to the Beard property. Both of those are properties that are located with frontage on Cliff Road. But I believe the Farrell property access from Westmore Lane, the Beard property accesses from Cliff Road. In addition to the dwelling, there is a proposed garage / small maintenance building, which is essentially an area for vehicle storage. And then also a small portion of that building would be used to store some mowers that are used to service the grass, croquet, tennis courts. There presently exists a 200 square foot shed in this particular area where we're proposing the proposed garage maintenance structure, if you will. That would be removed. And right now that's approximately a 200 square foot shed, and we'd be proposing that 578 square foot garage / maintenance structure. The building itself runs in essentially a north-south direction. There is a plan for it. I'm not sure whether, Megan, you can bring that up or not. It is located to the east of the existing croquet tennis court. My plan, Megan, the larger one has the driveway shown on there too. There's the other one, but this application, I believe, is currently been filed for the dwelling is currently been filed at the Historic District Commission. I have received an order of conditions from the Nantucket Conservation Commission. We were before them on December 1st. And at that time, there was at least 3 or 4 abutters, I believe, that participated in that meeting. The Conservation Commission did issue the order of conditions. And if I could just take a minute to kind of give you an overview of the permit and what jurisdictions and what they looked at the time of their approval. The permit overview, it says this order permits the construction of a single family dwelling, installation of a driveway, removal of a shed, and construction of a garage / maintenance building with associated grading, landscaping, and utilities within the buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland and a certified vernal pool. Waivers were not required for the project. Additional findings, the area falls outside of mapped habitat area and does not require any GSP review. And that the commission finds the preservation, this was a condition too, the commission finds the preservation of mature trees is crucial to maintain wildlife habitat and to protect wetland scenic views. They then went on to provide additional conditions that all work shall be in accordance with the site work description and notice of intent filed by Nantucket surveyors. Any fill for the site needs to come from the site itself, or any fill brought to the site shall provide a soil test for staff to review. This shall include nutrient content, heavy metals, and VOCs at a minimum. Any invasive species found in areas of the fill shall be removed. No fertilizer or other agricultural chemicals are allowed within the 50-foot buffer zone, and roof runoff from the proposed structure will be directed into a subsurface infiltration system. So that was an order of conditions issued by the Nantucket Conservation Commission for the proposal that you're now reviewing. So I know there's an overlapping of some disciplines. There were abutters that did participate in that meeting. Not all the abutters, obviously, that are on this meeting tonight. So that's essentially the component for the proposed dwelling. And again, happy to answer any additional questions the board and the have.
Thank you, Paul. Board members?
Mr. Chair, can I just
Sure.
follow up with that?
Go ahead,
Just
Stephen.
yeah, thank you. Just to go back to the maintenance building that we talked about just for a moment, I do want to point out that that building is actually substantially blocked from the road by existing structures. It's not taking up a space that's otherwise substantially visible. If you look at the site plan, you can see that. But with regard to this cottage, I think what's important for the board to understand is what's it for and what's the impact of it going to be. Graham Goldsmith and his wife Kitty, Graham is one of the owners of the club, intends to use this as a personal residence. He is an active owner manager of the club and is there every day. He and his wife find it to be quite difficult to come in from Pocomo on a daily basis at this point, and would be, at that age would rather live nearby, near the club, and not have to drive back and forth from Pocomo. So they would be the intended occupants at first, and the intent would be that would be maintained as owner or senior manager living quarters, and not as a dorm and only as a single family residence. So we would expect the commission, the board, to put a condition in place saying that it's only for the owners or senior managers, and that it's only supposed to be used as a single family residence, not in a dormitory style. This building is designed to have 4 bedrooms, 2 of which are in the basement, one on the first floor and one on the half-story second floor. It is not designed for, as some kind of luxury, mega whatever. It's a modest building designed to accommodate people whose lives need a little peace and quiet, and to be an easier way to get to and from work. This structure is next to tennis courts, and the driveway to it is next to where the wedding tent goes. So when we hear in a little bit from Mr. Bailey about the great disturbance that is happening here, I would remind the board that it's like when we went through all this rigmarole with the Stop and Shop about how Stop and Shop was going to be such a disturbance, and Attorney Alger kept saying, yes, if anybody's noticed, there's a supermarket there already. I'd like to point out to the board that what we're talking about here is a field that is filled with tennis courts and a building that is used for weddings. So I would think that this cottage actually will act as a sound buffer to the neighbors, to those tennis courts, and that the driveway will be relatively nominal use for the abutters that it's running near. That said, my client is entirely open to any kind of screening, whether that's acoustical fencing, vegetative screening, some combination thereof. My client wants to be a good neighbor, but I just want to put in context the idea of, the level of disturbance here is going to be nominal, and the level of disturbance in that area is actually, relatively significant. So, and we're hoping that the house in the cottage in this area would be a way to have some of that noise mitigated. We also think that having the owner living on site creates an incentive for good behavior. The planning board and other boards are constantly in the position of, nobody's responsible, nobody's there, nobody's taking care of things, nobody's watching anything. And here you'd have the owner living on site. And I couldn't think of a better way to try to make sure that the behavior is in its best place, because Mr. Goldsmith and Ms. Goldsmith don't want to be disturbed in the same way that the neighbors don't want to be disturbed, and want to make sure that the employees and the members are acting in a good way. So we're hoping that would again be a benefit. And at some point when they're not there, having a senior person in the organization living there in single family housing, we think would have the same impact of encouraging good behavior. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Any board members' questions before we, Meg? Open it up to Meg. Meg, anybody from the audience? I believe Francis is still there. He had a question or comment about the cottage.
So I have Ann Farrell, Francis Farrell, and Virginia Chase.
I'll take them in any order you want.
Start with Ann because her hand was raised first.
Great. Welcome, Ann.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. I guess I have just two questions. One for Paul, which was, okay, you talked about that about the fill, but what about the fill that's going to be dug out of the basement? Where's that going? If you tell me the two of the bedrooms are in the basement, you're digging 14 feet down into the basement. That's one. And two, Stephen, I have total respect for you, but I also know Graham Goldsmith. I know him well. I'm friends with his wife, very good friends with his wife, and I would bet my life that he would never spend a night there, that his sole purpose of building it is to rent it, like he rents all the rooms in the Westmore. And also, you might not know this, but he rents his house in Pocomo most of the summer. He goes away right after the 4th, comes back at the middle to late August. And yeah, he's there, but his whole purpose is to put it for rent. And so if you tell me that you can put some sort of requirement on it that he wouldn't rent it, I would be all in. But other than that, I have total opposition.
Okay, thank you, Ann. Meg, is Francis next?
Yeah, we have Francis, Virginia, and then Dan.
Okay. Francis, welcome again.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Chair?
perfectly.
Thanks. I would grateful to speak before the board. Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity. The application is for building a driveway and having a new driveway for this dwelling. Earlier, Nat used a term that I liked, that I thought is appropriate for my comment. He likes to look at things from a helicopter. And Barry used a word earlier that I think is appropriate for my comment also, used the word saturation. I'm already, the neighbors off of Cliff Road here are already burdened with a considerable amount of traffic in the summer coming and going from the Westmore Club. The proposed new driveway here is going to be adding further traffic and noise to the south of the property owners there. The kicker in my comment really about drawing reference to looking at things from a helicopter and saturation is that there is presently an existing way, a driveway now that would enable this cottage to be serviced with trucks, cars, etc. I approached Mr. Goldsmith to ask him, if that's what could be used, and more or less his answer was no. I don't want to inconvenience my club members. I'm not spinning when I say that. That's not a quote from him, but that more or less was his answer. you have to wonder why having this new driveway, really fits in with business of the club when there's already access there. So I see this driveway as an aggressive step, unnecessary, and it's strictly for the convenience of this cottage, and it doesn't really seem to tie into the club. And finally, I would just like to echo what Mr. Bailey said earlier, this notion of mission creep, where every couple of years it's growing and growing and growing, and it's such an expanded footprint from what the original MCD was in 2004. That's the sum and substance of my comments. Thanks for listening. Thanks for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Francis. Meg, we'll hear from Virginia next.
Hi. You'll be shocked to hear that I'm against this cottage and building. In 2004, when the special permit came up for Westmore Tennis Club, the neighbors agreed to it, kind of thinking, well, a tennis club is nice and it's green, and then we were kind of told that it would be like 40 houses if we didn't get the tennis club. So basically we went for the tennis club, but now we're getting housing too. I don't think a house should be built there. I don't think a house should be built. There's plenty. There are cottages. They built these dorms for the people that work there, and 60 of those people already lived on the premises. Where did they live? There must be housing. And, I just don't think this is a necessary thing. And I don't think the garage for it is a good idea, or the driveway. Thank you.
Thank you. Meg, is there anyone else? I see Dan Bailey's hand raised.
Yes. Dan and then Christian.
Okay, Dan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I represent 6 property owners, all of whom are direct abutters to the Westmore. All object to the proposed house and garage. My clients are Peter Halley and Carolyn Lamb at 24 Pilgrim Road, Jean-Francois Famella at 8 Old Westmore Farm Road, Thomas Holland at 30 Pilgrim, Lori and Robert Champion at 4 Old Westmore Farms Road, Michael and Jane Gato at 92 Cliff Road, and William and Ann Farrell at 94 Cliff. Got 3 or 4 basic objections. One is the one that you've already heard about, which is the Westmore has expanded far beyond what was contemplated in the original MCD special permit 18 years ago. The impacts on the surrounding residential neighborhood are significant and constant during the summer months. And from what we've heard here already tonight, and I think from what this board has heard in the past, that's well known. The Westmore has expanded enough, and no further expansion should be allowed without a showing of a compelling need. The second thing that I'm going to talk about is the proposal is for 2250 square feet, so probably a 3,500 square foot house or so with a detached garage. The proponent suggested that in its application materials that this was some sort of inclusionary housing. I really had trouble understanding that, because inclusionary housing is housing that's meant for low and moderate incomes for full-time Nantucket residents. We just heard that this is not inclusionary housing. It's intended for senior management. Finally, the proposed location is problematic. Access is via dirt driveway, which the applicant has not provided any specificity about. I question whether this has been sent to the fire department for its review to determine whether emergency vehicles can access that house. Especially in muddy weather. And it's also located in the viewshed of Field of Dreams, which, having read the original special permit and the 8 modifications, was always an important item, apparently in prior permitting. So if you'll bear with me, and I'll try to be quick because I know you've been at it for a long time, but I do want to go through a little bit of the history of the Westmore. As I've said, the Westmore is seeking the 9th amendment of its MCD special permit. The original special permit authorized conversion of a residential use to a recreational use via major commercial development special permit. It authorized a fitness center, a clubhouse, a 5-lane outdoor adult pool, a children's wading pool, 11 tennis courts, 2 paddle tennis courts, a croquet court, and a putting green. It also authorized 480 full-time memberships and 300 seasonal memberships. The board approved substantial reduction in parking from the required 175 spaces to 126 spaces. As I noted earlier, the board in its findings stated that the proposed use of the site as a recreational facility is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood because, one, a significant buffer is proposed and will be maintained around the perimeter of the site. If you look at the proposed garage and shed, the apron to that garage is 10 feet off the property line, which is the minimum required side yard setback distance. Another finding is that the traffic on Cliff and Westchester will not be significantly more than if the site was developed as a residential subdivision. Well, we've already heard some comments from people who actually live there and experience it, that the traffic is much more so than it would have been as a residential subdivision. And the proposal maintains 58% open space. Over the years, that open space has been dwindled down. Finally, I want to note that the original special permit included a waiver of section 139(7)(a)(1) for 3 single-family dwellings for staff housing. It's a little unclear to me what that waiver was for. It seems like it was a waiver to allow single-family dwellings in a major commercial district, but I'm a little confused by that. But nonetheless, I saw that waiver, and I don't see the applicant asking for a waiver now. The amendments have authorized several additional dwellings and room for employees. Some of those approvals required additional parking, some did not. There's now on-site housing for 80 employees. In 2006, an additional parcel in Westchester was added, and 6 additional tennis courts, 36 parking spaces, and 100 more memberships were added. Also, another lap pool and a maintenance building were added. Now, maybe this is the maintenance building that has never been built. I'm not sure of that. At the same time, tennis hours were extended from 6 to 7 p.m. In 2018, in response to repeated complaints from neighbors, the special permit was amended to define and regulate special events. One of the requirements of the 2018 modification is that a schedule of special events be submitted annually to the planning board and town manager, and a report at the end of 2018. I'd like to ask for copies of those materials and to see if they've been submitted. In 2019, further changes to accommodate a pickleball court and basketball court. 2019 again. First one was midnight 2019. The second one was late 2019. More changes to construct 2 new staff housing units and expand the wellness center. And in 2020, there was a minor modification which enclosed the existing snack shack. In summary, we've had several new housing units, another pool, an increase in membership, 6 more tennis courts, pickleball and basketball court, and the requirement for detailed regulations regarding special events. Westmore is now a large, successful recreational facility in a residential district. There is no question that it impacts the residential neighborhoods. My clients all bought, or most of them bought their properties with full knowledge of the Westmore, but it has expanded substantially and, based on special permit findings made over the past few years, wants to continue to expand. In the view of the neighbors, the Westmore has expanded enough, and for that reason, the proposed cottage should be denied. I also want to swing back to just the general planning principle that I think underlies the notion of MCD permitting, which is it's master plan permitting. And this master plan, master plans evolve. I'm not saying that you have a master plan that was adopted 18 years ago and it doesn't evolve. It has to evolve. But when a master plan approval is typically issued, this one doesn't have it, but a lot of them do cap the potential development. So you don't get this creeping problem over the years. I'm well aware of 2 or 3 that I've worked on where, they were maybe 1 million square feet, they're large commercial in suburban Boston. But that way everybody knows, including the neighbors, that, okay, this is where it's going to stop. This incremental approach, it's not good planning. It gets away from the notion of establishing what the carrying capacity of the property is and then setting a limit. I also wanted to just mention again the inclusionary housing. The bylaw does provide at section 139(11)H that in order to further the availability of housing for persons and households of all income levels and mitigate the impacts on an MCD, the planning board may require the applicants provide inclusionary housing. Again, housing for senior management is not housing for low and moderate income Nantucket residents. I certainly think inclusionary housing is a very good idea, and maybe the board should consider requiring Westmore to provide inclusionary housing as part of any consideration of a grant for a special permit. The proposed location. The proposed location does not seem to make a lot of sense. It's isolated, requires a long driveway to access, and is within the buffer zone that this board determined to be important when first approving the MCD in 2004. As I've asked before, is the access way sufficient for fire and emergency vehicles? Has the fire department reviewed and approved this access? We don't have any elevations. We don't know what it's going to look like. Yes, I know that will be dealt with at the Historic Commission. But when we're talking about a major commercial development, I'm sure the Stop and Shop that Attorney Cohen referred to earlier provided elevations when it was coming in for an MCD special permit to the planning board. And then I just have a couple of other questions. Earlier tonight, you approved an A&R plan of Lot D on Cliff Road for the Westmore. My question is, and I know can't say anything about A&R plans, but is there a plan to convey part of that property? If so, wouldn't that require an amendment of the MCD because it's reducing the lot size and increasing ground cover? I've already mentioned waiver. Anyway, I'll wrap it up. The Westmore Club has expanded substantially beyond its original special permit. In recent years, there seemed to have been a proposed expansion almost every year. There have been constant conflicts with residential neighbors. We contend that no further expansion should be allowed unless there's a compelling need shown for that expansion. But if the expansion is going to be considered, the board should require an entirely new application that includes all elements of the club that have changed over time, so that the proposed expansion can be considered in conjunction with those changes. Thank you, and I apologize for being a little long-winded.
Thank you, Dan. Stephen, your hand was raised.
To circle back to the point raised by Ann Farrell, I appreciate her concern about rental, and I think it's an important point, and I think it's something that the board could and should address. We would anticipate a condition that this facility, that this cottage be used only as single family housing, not as a dormitory style housing. And we would also anticipate that the board would impose restrictions on rental. Now, I don't know if it should ban rentals, but it certainly should prohibit it from being rented to the general public. I would think that consistent with conditions that the board has placed on other recreational facilities, it might want to put a restriction in place that if this was ever rented, that it would only be to club members or something like that, which I think is a condition that you have for the golf club and some other facilities. But the property is definitely, the building is definitely not being built as a rental unit, and clearly could be prohibited as for rental to the general public. That is without question. So I hope that is some comfort to Ms. Farrell. To respond to Attorney Bailey, Lot D is intended to be split between the neighbors who abut it. I think it's 100 and 101 or 102 Cliff Road or the abutters. And the intent, if this all goes through successfully, would be to sell that land to those neighbors to use as yard or whatever they want to. But you know, our intent would be to split it and sell it to those two neighbors. And yes, that piece of land would have to be released from the MCD. I think it's an extremely nominal impact on the statistics of this property. If you cut that out, and you know the impact on the ground cover and everything is pretty nominal. It's a very small lot. And in fact, my client had preferred to build on that lot, and it was an accommodation to those neighbors, that instead of building the house in that area, that we have moved the house to this area. If there was some desire by the board to move the house to that area, we could look at that. It would then just be consistently in the row of houses that are on Cliff Road. I'm not threatening that. I'm not suggesting that. It's not preferred, but at the moment, anything's on the table if that's what is preferred. And again, that is not what we want to do. We'd like to be able to give that deed that land over to those abutters instead of building a house there. So I appreciate also this idea of MCDs being a master plan. And I guess what I would just say is that would be great if everybody could predict, the future and build everything out all at once, in 2004. But I'm not familiar with that actually being applied to any MCD, anywhere. Everybody starts a little smaller than they want to be, and they wait and see if they're successful. And then as they're successful and as the market changes, and you see what your needs are, we grow with it. In 2004, if the club had suggested that they needed the amount of employee housing that exists now, people would have thought they were crazy, and that was outrageous. And now it's a critical need on the island to provide that. Times have changed. That is not something that would have been considered a great idea back in 2004. I don't know if pickleball existed in 2004. It's certainly very popular now. The expansion of this club is following a extremely normal, ordinary evolution. And ultimately, the judges of how far it can go and what mitigation needs to be put in place are the members who are going to vote on this. If my client is proposing something that's too much, you can say no. If they're proposing something that is okay but needs conditions, you'll put those conditions in place. And as you know, if my client is doing something that is too much and needs more conditions or adjustment, you always have the right to reopen the hearing and put additional conditions in place to adjust to try to mitigate any concerns that have arisen. So, I know you guys know that, but I wanted to say for the record, that's where I think we are. We'd love to get feedback from the board and figure out how to prepare a application or to adjust the application and mitigate the application in a way that would be satisfactory to the board and frankly to the neighbors to the extent they would be. I know that some of them would be happy are not going to be happy regardless, but it might be that we could come up with some mitigation that they'd appreciate.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Barry, your hand raised.
Yeah, I guess I'll go first. Someone's going to have to jump into the pool from our board at some point. So one thing I just want to, maybe it came across the wrong way, but there was a moment where it was stated that we're never sure who's doing what. No one seems to care about how things are functioning. There's always problems. Let me correct for the record at this point. I think this board has gone to great lengths with a number of different projects and MCDs that have come before to try to always encourage some type of dormitory plan or management plan, I should say, that goes and starts dealing with the problems of no one being responsible. I just want to get that on the record. And, as one board member, I'm very proud of the fact that we have done that we take that extra step to say, great, you want to put it in, but here we go. These are all the things you're going to tell us about. And these are how you're going to be a responsible neighbor in doing it. And it's solidified in a document form. All right, let's move around. I've got a few notes here, and I'm sorry, they did kind of scattered it. They are kind of scattered at this point. I'm surprised. This is the 9th iteration over 18 years with an average of 2 years for each iteration. Not to say you can't come back before the board for more, but I would probably say you're one of the first ones that has chalked up that much in a relatively short period of time. It's a lot. And I feel that the more we keep seeing iterations on the board, I feel this way, at least, that it's you're just never sure. It's constantly in flux. And I don't think, to me, I mean, I can understand business expanding, things changing, but it does seem to be morphing into a direction with all these iterations of not reducing, not staying status quo. It continues to grow. And from the first iteration I sat on with this project to where we are today, I could, at the very beginning, I could have seen, a few things coming in, but I would never have imagined, I would never would have gambled and put money down on this level that would be at a ninth iteration. But like I said, that's your prerogative to be able to come before this board, and I appreciate that fact. Looking at the cottage, cottage kind of is defied a little bit. It mystifies me when we're talking 2,250 square feet of space. That's a big cottage. I think I'm wondering, why is it so grandiose? Especially for management. Now, I understand, believe me, I know Graham Goldsmith. I sat in here, and I get that may be a beautiful testament to him, and maybe that's what he deserves. I'd like to hear that. I'd like to hear that straight out and direct. Because where I started getting troubled was that when we started talking about, no rentals, all of a sudden we crept into this area of rentals for guests. And all of a sudden, what's going through my mind is, you've just increased the number of guests on your property if we're going to do that. No. I want a little bit more solid documentation as to why we're doing that. And let's be transparent. Okay. No rentals to me says no rentals. It's senior management that's going to live there. And God bless them. That's exorbitant. I want to be a senior manager at this point, with something that large. The new driveway, I'd like to see something configured where there's not more going on. I'd like it pulled closer to where you have a lot of your pre-existing asphalt and driveways occurring, if possible. Somewhere I thought through, amidst all these iterations, we had made contingencies for management to have their own dwellings. I could be wrong here. I'm willing to concede that. It's been a long while. But somehow I thought we already covered this territory. And here we are again, covering the territory. So help me to delineate that one as to how that begins to work out. The other thing too is, if we had started with an MCD, I mean, I could make the argument, if we had a phased plan, that would have been one thing. And as Mr. Bailey, I think, said that, with larger things that he's done, of course they keep coming back, but usually it's with a phased plan. You already know where you're heading to as time moves along. And of course, there are minor changes, but I never got the sense. I thought when we were done with this, we were done with it. So I'm just kind of puzzled by it. You're always welcome back before the board, which is fine. I like it, but this one's got me a little troubled. And I think we maybe need to have a little more conversation about what we're really doing and what's really going to happen with this thing and what does it mean. I'm going to stop there for a minute. Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. Meg, is there anyone in the public with their hands raised? No. Nat, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I mean, we gotta,
Good,
you know, obviously gotta continue, and it's getting late, and two other board members on here that have to watch this. So just want to just say a couple little things to just sort of back up the bus a little. Do we have other places that have many changes, little ones here and there? The golf course is one. Nantucket Golf Course I'm talking about. The West Ender, I hate bringing them up because it's constantly something, but it's really due to the market, due to changes. I don't know who Steve mentioned pickleball. I never heard of pickleball in 2004. I definitely can tell you that. And not that I care about pickleball, but that's the first time I ever heard of it was definitely after 2004. These changes that they're making are, you know, dare I say, quiet buildings, not buildings that are going to bring more people to play games, exercise, more basketball, more tennis. I think we have to kind of separate those things when we look at this as they evolve. I think I look at this as an evolving property, not a necessarily more intensity. When we sat on the change with the weddings and the events, and they didn't add any, they just allowed, we had to change, they had to go through all this process to allow 3 in a month and then 1 in the next month instead of 2 and 2 per month. It was screwing up their scheduling. And, you know, they had to file all this paperwork for that, but they never added events. It was just the way things changed during the different months of the year of the season. And then there was, you know, the whole thing with the tent. They can have more people in the tent versus outside. And there was, you know, there's always a problem when there's change, and I can understand that. But the amount of intensity with some of the things that they've done in recent years is not like the original larger stuff. The second pool, the more courts, you know, so, you know, and I do appreciate Dan's point about the neighbors not, you know, coming in after all this, which is important to say, because I certainly don't want to say stuff like that because it's not really nice to say, but it is true, and that's nice to admit it. So I just think that, you know, when we talk about whether it's on residential property or not, it's still a special permit, but it is more sensitive on residential land, obviously. We had the situation with South Cambridge Street, Nantucket, Tristram's getting changed, and of course it never happened. Now we have a bunch of houses. I mean, there's going to be involvement. There's going to be change. Someday the summer house is going to change. I can tell you that. It's just a matter of time. And that will be the next big one, you know, someday. And so we just have to take these things calmly. And I think that what they're proposing is not intense. It's just change. And I think there's a lot of sensitivity involved in that as well. But it's certainly not bringing more activity. I think they're trying to get all their uses under control and all the maintenance and different things that evolve over time, just like they have in Nantucket Golf Club and other places. Mr. Chairman, I just, you know, thought I'd throw those things in, not any specific reason, but we definitely need to, you know, move along here. Unfortunately, it's getting late. And
sure. And
2 other guys out.
I'm just going to put in a quick 2 cents. A lot of things that you had pointed out, Nat, I couldn't agree more with. And also Barry, for that matter. We're looking at you know, words like overbuilt and saturation and evolving with times. And 9 amendments. There are a lot. When we started, when you look at this used to be, when the Egan's owned it, a single family residence. It was huge. They had the Field of Dreams. This is where Nantucket Little League used to play their games there. So when you look at something back then of what it was, and then to a point where it does rely on economies. So when the economy is, when it was down, they're looking at potentially selling it to the town, maybe for affordable housing or something like that. And if you look at the density of that, it would be minimal. And then with the success of the club and the economy, we've agreed to so many changes that this is it's well built and it's successful. And I couldn't be happier for the people taking advantage of the outdoor activities, et cetera, and they do a nice business there. However, when is enough? I don't know. You have to treat each application on its individual merits, and I agree with Nat. This is one of the ones that is quiet, and I love that term that you said. This is not necessarily for functions and activity outside, new tennis courts, parking. This is for a single family residence, whether they rent it out to club members or they use it as owners. It is a single family residence, and it's not intended to create outdoor noise and decisions that we've had to make in the past for tents and hours of operations, quantity of functions and pools and outdoor noise. So I agree with that. This is a quiet one. I do like what Dan had brought up, Dan Bailey, the attorney, is about a capping, something looking at comprehensive master plans that we've dealt with the town and taking this on a smaller basis. If there was something where we knew 9 amendments ago, we look at something and we say there's going to be a cap, so choose wisely. There's always going to be renovations, replacement of buildings that have deteriorated, pick up, move up, but also something where this sort of has an effect too. We're going to take down something and replace it with something. We're going to take down 1,500 square feet and replace it with 500 square feet. There's a little mix and match with that as well. But I think everyone, when we see an application come in from the Westmore, it's no longer, it's like, what are they looking for now? We already know that there's going to be controversy with the neighbors. We already know that it seems like it's creeping. When is enough is enough? So we're looking at this, and it's, I'd like to see what the future is going to, I know things change. Special permits can be revisited. But this is getting to a point where there's a saturation, that overbuilding, and what happens, and I just bring this up. We're enjoying this economy. What happens if something goes back and crashes? Maybe the membership drops down to a quarter of what it is. Maybe it's overbuilt where all the uses of the buildings and that are there don't get used, and they just become an eyesore more than anything. As easy as it can come, it can go as well. So at what point do we stop the building and the expansion? It's not going to another area. It's all concentrated in this area. And although I don't necessarily agree with the traffic, and I've said this on different boards, I'm from New Jersey. When you travel 2 hours to work and you travel 2 hours back from work, you're in the car for 4 hours, that's traffic. When you have to be inconvenienced because there's 2 cars ahead of you to pull into a driveway, I don't think that's traffic. So I get it from a safety concern if you're turning and there's blind spots and things like that. But from an inconvenience of a couple of cars, that's not necessarily traffic to me. But all these things, we're just hitting the tip of the iceberg here. And I think we're going to hear a lot more. We know it's going to be continued. We're not going to solve everything on this particular date. But I just wanted to have a few things, food for thought. Thank you. So I still have a couple of hands raised. I'd like to give Carl a chance on the board. He hasn't spoken. Go ahead, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand very clearly what Nat was saying about kind of quiet. And I just wanted to make a brief comment. I don't want to take up too much time, but if this is looked at as a ninth expansion of the Westmore Club, I understand the concerns of the neighbors, but this is a business and it's a club. And the planning board has to remember that each amendment comes before us and we have the power to review it and make a decision on it. It's not like it's running out of control. And I sat through the review in 2018 of the schedule and what to do about events. I sat through that debate toward the end of my term before. But the planning board has the power to review any amendments that come before us. If it's getting saturated, if it's getting overdeveloped in a residential neighborhood, we have the power, among other boards, to look at that and make a decision. So I want the board to remember that. If we get a 10th Amendment or 11th Amendment or whatever, we have the power to review and approve or disapprove of what that is. The other point that I wanted to make was if this is expanding, what is the perspective of expansion in the rest of the island and how does it compare to it? I mean, if you look at the hospital expansion, if you look at the schools expansion, if you look at the boys club expansion, if you look at the fire and police station expansions, if you look at the airport rebuilding years ago, the terminal building, the banking center on Pleasant Street for Cape Cod 5, expansion. The ice rink is a large building that was built. The My Comic Golf Club was rebuilt and expanded. So how much does the word expansion fit with our purview here? Because the town is on a roll as far as expansion in the last 10, 15 years. So I would like people to keep that in mind, that the Westmore Club is a business and they're applying for expansion, but look around this town. I mean, it's rampant expansion, and we're not even done yet. I mean, we're building affordable housing next to Fairgrounds Restaurant. That's expansion. If Tacoma Green goes, that's expansion. So let's keep it in perspective about expansion of a private business. I hope that the neighbors on Old Westmore Farm Road would remember the weddings that used to be there and the wedding receptions and parties that used to be there and have a lot of noise in the old days. So that's basically all I have to say, but let's just keep our perspective on these amendments. I mean, we can review every amendment, and I'm not sure there is a limit on the amount of amendments. I don't know. So anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Carl. I just want to, we've been discussing it. I want to see if there's anyone new from the general public. I know it's getting late, and I would ask that if there are people that have already spoken, unless there's something drastically new that they'd like to say, not in support or opposition, then I would like to hear some from new people. So Meg, are there any people from the general public that haven't spoken yet?
Yep, so we have Peter followed by Jane.
Okay. Peter.
Hall. Hale.
Okay. Hale. Hi, Peter. Welcome.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm at 24 Pilgrim, and I just want to respond to one or two comments which may be helpful to you in your looking at this thing. Number one, the size of this cottage is it's 2,250 square feet on the ground. In other words, that's the footprint. But I think it's closer to 5,000 square feet when you take in all the space in the 4 bedrooms. These 4 bedrooms, because of the very, very carefully chosen words of Mr. Cohen, also could become 4 more hotel rooms in the club in the future, which would be more than 50% expansion of the hotel rooms. And lastly, the simple thing in terms of, where is the noise and all that and the proportionality. this particular cottage is going out way out in the buffer zone between neighbors. And in the design that has been submitted to the HDC, there is a sizable outdoor porch, and I believe also sizable outdoor patios. And so you're wondering whether some of the nighttime noise that was basically corralled up at the existing clubhouse, the big yellow building on top of the hill, and the patio up there is going to start moving down toward the end of the tennis courts, where there was no nighttime noise after the tennis folded up at, what was it, 7 o'clock at night or what have you. So this is, it has the possibility of changing substantially the quiet and peace at that point in the property in a detrimental way. And lastly, expansion. Just remember that this is not expansion in a commercial district. It's expansion in a residential district, a relatively low density residential districts, 20,000 square foot minimum properties. And it is a commercial use that's not permissible, but for the special permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
We have
Meg, Jane.
Jane, and then John Francois.
Okay. Welcome, Jane.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Sorry, Jane, could you just state your last
yes,
name as well?
I'm Jane Gato, and I own the property at 92 Cliff Road on the corner of Cliff and Pilgrim.
All right, thank you.
I just want to also address the issue of open space. You know, as the Westmore Club is laid out, so much of the density of the buildings are on the west, and then with more green open space as it gets toward the wetlands. And so it's really inconsistent to plop down a very large cottage right in that buffer zone. And I just want to address Mr. Cohen's comment about the tent being in the space that's right next to where the cottage and the maintenance shed are going to be, and it blocking that noise. I don't think it's fair to say that there's already business going on at the tent, so this is right there, and to make that connection to Stop and Shop. A tent comes up and down, and they're very limited on the number of tented events that they're allowed to have in a given summer and in a given year. A house is permanent, and so those are two really, really different things. And so I don't think it's at all fair to equate those. And I just, I'm a frustrated neighbor, I'll own that, but enough is enough. And, we've also heard them leave the door open to the possibility that this house would be rented to members of the Westmore Club. This really feels like the Westmore Club is becoming the Westmore Resort, and that was never the intention. And I think that, COMCOM might have approved, building there, but I attended that meeting. It sounded like, it met the requirements and they don't have any jurisdiction to say no. But planning board, you absolutely have the power to say no. This is all discretionary. And if you're not going to stop them, who is going to safeguard the wetlands? And so I'm sure this is going to be a discussion that gets continued for a while, but please think about those comments and what all the other abutters and Dan Bailey and some of you board members have also said yourselves. Please think about those. Thank you.
Thank you. Meg, Jean, I think you said was next.
Yep.
Yes, hi, thank you for Jean-Francois Formula here at Old Westmore Farm Road, and I appreciate the time. I know it's late and we spent a lot of time. I just would like to make the point that there was, in fact, and I think Mr. Rector pointed that out, there was an admission in the discussion that, in fact, it would be a rental. And I would like the board member to appreciate that whether the renters are members or they're people coming in the open market, The impact on the community is exactly the same. The traffic and the noise of the outdoor space, the increased circulation at a point of the property where there is no traffic right now. I would encourage anyone to go walk the site, and you will see how disruptive that site can be, not only for the neighbors, but for the wetland, where they're literally touching the 75 feet regulated setback, which the Concon probably had to approve, but they're literally touching it. And I would bet you that the large trees and the vegetation there cannot not be disturbed by the construction. So I would please plead with you to kind of try to appreciate the impact on the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene. It is getting late. I know we're going to continue this, so I would ask that if there's any new comments or something that we can bring up, or new voices in the public. If not, I would suggest that we pick this up and reserve your comments for the future January date. Barry?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is something new that if it hasn't been done, I'd really like it to be done. And that is a review of this project from its very incept to where we are today, to make sure that all of the conditions and agreements that have been put into place since the beginning are being met. And I know that's a rather lofty task, but I think it's inherent upon us right now to, if it hasn't been done, I think this is a good time.
That's a good idea, Barry. However, we've had 9 amendments, so with each amendment, we kind of follow up to make sure that the previous one has been adhered to. So I appreciate that, and I think that's a good idea to make sure about that. I'm not going to disagree, but I feel confident that so far to date, the things that have been represented have been fulfilled. So I'm hopeful of that. But I take that I take your point, and I think we should follow up on that.
And it may be as simple as it was done at the last iteration, or an iteration before that. It becomes a very simple task. But I just don't know if we've done it.
Okay.
So with all due respect, that's why I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Meg, before I go to Stephen Cohen for one last time, I'd like to just check, is there anyone new from the general public that has not been heard from yet?
No.
Okay. Stephen, go ahead. You've been patiently waiting, your hand's raised.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, and the commission, I think we have heard good comments from the public. I think we've heard good comments from the board. I often tell my clients that going to these regulatory boards is a little like going to the dentist. It might be painful, but the result on the other end is nearly always much better. I say that, jokingly, but I mean it too, that the permits that are approved are almost always better than the permits that are applied for. And I think you'll see that that's where we'll hopefully we'll end up here. I would note, just for the record, that before this property was the single family residence of the Egan family, it was the fox hunting grounds of the Vanderbilts. So how the times have changed. I'll end with that and a request to continue to the January meeting.
Great, thank you very much. Board members?
Yeah, I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, motion has been made by Nat and seconded by Barry to continue to the January 9th meeting. All in favor, Nat?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much. Thank you all that represented and stayed with us this long for that. Okay, moving on. We have Meg 2023 annual town meeting planning board sponsored article concept list.
Yes, let me bring up the most recent version. Leslie alerted me to the fact that we will be removing, hold on, let me find the language. The Iowith article. But otherwise, this is a red line version of what staff is actively drafting. So now is the time to let us know any additions, removals, edits, and the like, before we put effort into actively drafting and submitting all of these articles to the select board for preliminary review.
Board members, have you seen the list and have you noted anything glaring that you'd like to comment on?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd really just like a copy sent back out again with these new changes, and then just give us an absolute deadline. Is that no? Yes, maybe.
Oh, yes. If you can send us comments
Oh,
as
yeah.
soon as possible. I mean, this week, if you need something to change. So included with the agenda was, is the meeting schedule for, as you know, January, February can be very busy with special meetings for warrant articles. We'll be advertising the citizen-sponsored articles to go in for January 9th meeting, with a special meeting scheduled for the 12th. So we would anticipate that that the planning board sponsored articles would be advertised for the special meeting. I think we have 2 weeks following that one. So, I mean, it's coming up. So if you wouldn't mind to get any feedback back to us this week, it would be much appreciated.
Yeah, I would just say date certain, time certain. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, be forceful.
The only thing I can say is I appreciate the RC2s that are being changed over, and we're eliminating that. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those at least. So slowly but surely we're phasing that out. I would agree with Barry that if we have anything glaring, then put up or shut up. Get it to you for comment before the end of this week.
And just
Stephen Welch, sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Stephen, go ahead. Your hand raised.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Nothing glaring. I just, I want to put a plug in. We previously talked about the concept of, with respect to the zoning shed, that currently it was clarified that it was a singular shed of up to 200 square feet. And there was some discussion that can kind of draw, and it maybe unintentionally drive people to building a bigger shed than they need. And that perhaps the language could be modified such that the cap is 200 square feet. And for instance, you could have 2 sheds that are 4 by 8. Let's think of it this way. You got a duplex. You want to put 2 sheds that are 4 by 8, 32 square feet for trash sheds. Currently, you can only have one of those count as a zoning shed. Whereas if you put a 200 square foot one that's 16 feet tall, that also counts as the zoning shed. So it was just an idea, perhaps to make a minor modification. I don't know if we'd call it technical or not. I'd prefer to think it's technical. But the idea would be to put a plug in for a concept along those lines.
Thanks, Stephen. Nat?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Sorry about that. I just want to thank staff for the duplex update thing and that separate ownership ROH thing that we talked about. It's very important. We got to fix this situation that happened at Union Street recently that's still going on. I know that there's a lot of existing attached buildings. They're everywhere. That was a historic thing. And this doesn't add, and the beautiful part about this, it doesn't add anything. It doesn't make someone build a separate building and go through that whole crazy process. It kind of keeps the existing structure or a small addition instead of a full separate building. And this is something we should be doing. We should have done this a long time ago, keeping people in their homes towards the end of their life, and they have to sell it. And guess where it goes when they sell it? I rest my case with that. So thank you for that. And I don't know what else we're supposed to be talking about. Obviously, we don't have Leslie here. We're just going over the list, right, Megan?
Yep, Just any
Okay.
feedback, if you feel strongly opposed to something, or if you want to add something, now is the time to do so.
No,
And
that's
Any
good.
clarification on
Appreciate it.
anything?
And I'd just like to add a plug to the staff and the director and assistant director. A lot of people look at annual town meeting, these articles that come before us, and they think there's, some kind of maybe conspiracy trying to do something to get away with something. But I can tell you, if you looked at a zoning map 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, you'd be amazed. And I just got reminded of this last week. You would be amazed how it's transformed to a more friendly, conformed use of land, where there used to be, like a rainbow of spots everywhere. Now they're abutting areas that actually work together with the areas. So all of these phase out articles are done for a reason. And it's even taken a lot more time to find out what use works with not only the area, how it conforms, but also there's consideration for the actual owners that the changes are being used for their use, how it affects them. So we don't just, make up something. We do the research, we talk to the owners, we see what's in their best interest as well. So I just wanted to point that out. A lot of people don't see that until we get to the point where we are talking about it at an annual town meeting, and it becomes a point of contention, and it shouldn't be. It should be looked at of a year's worth of hard work from an education research standpoint, and also from really a personal standpoint, talking to the owners. So not much. I just wanted to make that point. I really appreciate, and I think the town should appreciate the staff that we have working on this. So thank you.
I concur, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. With that, we're at public comment. Meg, is there anyone with the hand raised?
They're eating dinner now.
Going once,
Watching the game.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone. We have a few people hanging on as attendees, but no one with their hand raised.
Yeah.
Other business meeting schedule.
Hold on.
Hold on.
We have Mr. Vigil.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. We forgot about him.
Mr. Vigil, thank you for staying with us.
This has been a very contentious meeting, and I feel your pain with the Westmore Club. I just wanted to restate what I said at the last meeting, and that is, I've had over the years a lot of trouble with people cutting through our yards, and now that Mr. Pooter wants to segregate his land, and I know you already voted and approved it. I just would like to reiterate the fact that he needs to put up a fence, because if he sells it, there's now 3 owners to deal with, and the fence should cover, and I've talked to my neighbors, it should cover the whole area of his, length of his space. And that's all I want to say, and I hope you take that under consideration. And good night.
Thank you very much, and appreciate you sticking around, Mr. Vigil. All right. Other business. See meeting schedule on an agenda. Is there discussion about that, Meg, or we just see it?
No, just please make sure you have those dates plugged in. It took a lot of coordination with town administration and CTV to make sure that we were able to offer this format for the majority of those meetings. We were not able to accommodate it for the March 9th meeting should we need that meeting. But it did take a lot of coordination. So please be mindful of that and plug those dates in.
Yep.
Great.
Thank you.
With that, 8:47, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made by Barry, seconded by Nat, I believe.
Yeah.
Barry?
No, I want to hang out till 9 o'clock. Mr. Chairman. Come on.
Oh, sorry. I think I heard I first.
I think you heard an aye.
Officially, Nat?
Aye, sorry about that.
Oh,
Thank you.
boy. No, we can't get out of this. You're delaying. And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, staff. Thank you,
you.
everyone that's held on from the public.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night.
Thank you,
Take care.
everybody.
Night, everybody.
Thank
Good
you,
night.
Kyle, for being here. Steve, thank you.
All right.